can't reach that. It's good enough. Why isn't that freaking autofocusing? I mean, what's the big deal? Why won't it focus on the table? Let's see. Oh, where's my live chat? Hey, Stanley. Pop out. Oh, yeah, that's nice and big. Yeah, why the heck won't that autofocus? Go properties. Nope, no one. Subject. There. There we go. Now I can turn the focus off and lock it. That's better. You going after that mouse again? Huh? Go here. Look at the camera. Look up here. Good morning, Chris Galata, JG, Francis Nadu, Woozius. I like that name. He wants the mouse on the screen real bad. Say hello. That make anybody jump? He is such a handsome cat. What the? Some of them failed, looks like. Boy, that's the first fail from this machine. It did not like printing these. Maybe too hot, maybe too close together. And I'm not sure if this vase mode portion is going to succeed or not. We'll have to see. Ouch! That's why I'm so worried about him getting out. We have so many predators around here that'll just love to eat a house cat. Is that fun for you, huh? Is that fun for you? Yeah, I don't think that's working. Nope. Yeah, I thought that part might require a different setting. It's too small. Yeah, isn't that nice? This came out spectacular. The print quality I'm getting out of this machine is just ridiculous. But it's coming out absolutely splendid. Let me give you a different view. There you go. Look at the print quality on that. Oop, this way. And that was printed standing up like this. And this part here Look at that. Again, no support, printed like that. And then this was printed like this. No finishing, no cleanup. Even the bridging inside there is not too bad considering it's 0.1 millimeter layers. Look at that. Absolutely phenomenal print quality. I'm just blown away by how well this is working. Actually, I could probably redo this camera to be a close-up camera. Yeah, there we go. Now I can give you some real nice close-ups. Come on, focus. I know you can focus that close. You just did. There it is. That print quality is just incredible. And this, remember, this is the bottom. That was printed standing up like that. So it was a little bit wobbly. So there's such micro imperfections because of that print orientation. Otherwise, this came out virtually perfect. This is done on a CR6-SE. Look at that. It's on sale for $343. Amazon link in the description. Stupid cheap. Actually, I think I have it still in my clipboard. $343, and you can have it by Wednesday or Friday, Saturday. I still haven't tuned it well enough to get rid of the zit line, but even that is barely visible. You can just barely see the zit line right there. See the zit line? This might actually be clean enough that I can go to random. There it goes. There it is. Come on, focus. Why won't this focus? I don't get that. It's a matter of adjusting speed, temperature, retraction. The zit line, you almost can't even feel it. You can't actually get rid of a zit line. That's impossible. The only way to get rid of a zit line is to either print vase mode or to hide it. For example, this is going to still have a zit line, but you're never going to see it in all of this randomness of the surface area of the model. It's just going to be very, very good at hiding it. I need to figure out the autofocus of this camera or get a camera. I actually have a camera coming in that might be better for macro shots. See, for example, if you go vase mode, then of course you're not going to have any zit line. Everything's going to be one continuous extrusion. I don't get it. There it goes. But what is the trick? Well, I don't want to use the fuzzy option. I want that stupidly clean, smooth print surface. I want that badly. Actually, I can add that. Hang on. Video capture, add existing, this one, There we go. I can drop this in the corner here. Hi, Nosy. I wish I could figure out the magic sauce for autofocus for these things. Like, I don't know what it's not seeing and what it wants to see. I tried that and it gets it. You can see it pass through and then it loses. See, it had it and then it lost it. I think it's focusing on the table. I suspect it's focusing on the table. No. It's still focusing on the table. See how this is clear? That's a little better. There we go. We're getting there. And then it loses it again. I can adjust that. Hang on. Wait a minute. Nope, not that one. That one. Let's see. Configure zoom control. Let's turn it off auto. I want to be about that close. That's pretty good. So I'll have to be careful to put it in the same spot every time. But the manual focus works. See how it's perfect? You get perfect with Vase mode. But on this one, you can see, you can just barely see the zit line there. See it? Just barely visible. You can hardly even feel it. So what I would do on this model is I'd put the zit line here, where it's never going to bother you. So that focus is pretty good. Yes, although that's Ender 2 print quality. I mean, if anything's Ender 2 print quality, that's Ender 2 print quality. That's just phenomenal. And this wasn't even printed, like this or like this. This was printed at an angle like this. That's the bottom. Although this is at 0.1 millimeter layer height. The Ender 2 could do this at 0.2 millimeter layer height. And then the handle was printed like this. So these were just printed islands until it joined up here. So a little wibbly wobbly, but it still came out absolutely stunning. I mean, the quality is just very surprising. Yeah, and the pin is failing. I didn't expect that to succeed. It's too skinny. I'm surprised there's anything there at all. These parts, these two parts are gonna have to be resin printed. The little pins and the Can I keep that window open? Configure video. Now, if I cancel this, yes, I can keep that open. Okay. So right now I'm at 45. I'll switch it back to auto. Oh, I can toggle between them. Okay. So I can leave it on auto, and then I could toggle to my custom zoom point. Good. I can just leave that window open. Okay, that's awesome. I added another camera and redid my setup here for the OBS. So you guys have this look down view now. And of course, I can add in the other displays. So here's the, oh, wait a minute. Here's the close-up view I can add in. Let me shrink that down. So I can add in this close-up view. I can add in the laptop display. Same thing here. I can pop in the laptop display whenever I need it. Oop, wrong one. There we go. Good. The H is the good one. It's got the monochrome screen. Hey, Chris. Yes, you can upgrade to any extruder you want on this printer. It's just a standard Bowden setup. So let's see here. This view. So this is a standard Bowden setup. So you can replace this feeder with whatever you want. I expected that to fail. I didn't expect that to work. I might be able to get it to work with some tuning, but that's going to be hard to make work. It's just such a tidy print. I'll have to. They're sending me the print mill. So I don't have to eat a C. I don't have to eat an executive from Creality. But the parts fit perfectly. So they fit right into each other, no problem. A little bit of glue. So today I'm printing the last little bits for here, for the muzzle and the trigger. Those I might reprint in black because 2 of these parts are supposed to be black. I could just print them in black, so I don't have to paint them. I didn't show this one before because it's a little risque, but I'm sending this back home to the shop as a little Christmas gift for them. I think they'd appreciate that. Yeah, you can put a direct drive on here in theory. I have the Acme disintegrator. I got to find it because they would look good together. Well, monetization. I do a regular video with that featured, and they might demonetize the video. Yeah, I caved into the Nazis on Twitter. Yes, they are. They're sending me a CR30. I am super, super happy. That makes me a very happy critter. Eventually, I'm going to put a arm on there to get that camera up there more centered. And I'll show you. So I'm going to move that camera there so that it's hanging here in the middle. So it's more of a straight down look. And then you'll have a better view of everything here. There's one area where there was a cooling issue. Just a very, very slight cooling issue area. Let's change our focus to our... Nope, not that. Oh, I can zoom. I'll have to play with that later, too. So you can see There's a very slight cooling issue right there. And that is a pretty extreme angle. That is, let me give you a better view. Well, yeah, that's almost horizontal. That right there is probably like 80, 90 degrees. Not 90, but, you know, almost 80. Yeah. The one that review site that I'm a part of, they had a mobile TV stand. It's amazing. Now it doesn't have to consume space on the desktop. So this was printed. This was printed like this. So as you can see, that's darn near horizontal, and it still managed to print it that good. Nothing you need to worry about. RC Voodoo, the 002H is the one I tell people to buy. I would not even consider a resin printer with an RGB screen anymore. Now that we have monochrome screens, don't even consider an RGB screen, because the monochrome screen theoretically should last the life of the printer. Yeah, this is the only reason that worked at all is because I was at 0.1 millimeter, and that's actually a pretty good testament to the let's try this. I can only zoom in a little bit. Yeah, I can only zoom in a little bit. That's actually a testament to how good the cooling was. I don't know what the angle is, but this would be horizontal. This would be your bed surface right there. All right, there. So it was printed this surface down. So that's damn near horizontal. That's got to be, what, 80 degrees? That's impressive. That's actually really impressive. Hey, DeWitt. Probably 3 or 4 hours. We're just gonna look over the prints and just chit chat and talk. I got a bunch of new machines coming, but they're all in transit. I got the new magnetic removable print surface from Creality too. Although I'm not super thrilled that they ripped off Wham Bam on a lot of the stuff. Hopefully they correct that. But that's the magnetic plate. The steel flex plate. Although they used the wrong 3M adhesive, this stuff is not alcohol safe. Meaning if you get this, just don't clean the just don't go spraying alcohol on the actual print surface, because it might dissolve this adhesive over time. So they used the wrong 3M adhesive on that. But otherwise, nice. Sticks really good. I mean, it's actually hard to remove, and you can hear it just clacks in place. So it's nice and strong. I need to find the Jazzla. I do need to build that. And that is something we could build in the interim as well. But yeah, that overhang angle is ridiculous. The fact that it printed that at all. And it looks like it's only the leeward side, because this side is perfect. Yeah, I would. Stick with the H. And it's got a slightly bigger build volume too. Not by much, but it's a little bit. Now these failed. Too small, so the settings that I'm using are not compatible with these. Maybe I probably have to lower the temperature. With such a small part, there's probably a lot of heat absorption. Yeah, it's almost parallel, because this is the build plate, that line. So that's more impressive than I thought. You think of it like this, and you're thinking, well, that's not much of an angle, but no, it was printed like that. So that's damn near horizontal, which makes it that much more impressive. And check this out. So we could do a little bit of zoom, switch back to manual focus. Look at that. This part down here is a little rough. That's 0.2 millimeters, and I was under extruding a little bit. But then when you go to this part here, look how flat that profile is. This was printed laying down like this. That's 0.04 layer height. Yeah, that's resin resolution right there. So the ears here are 0.2 layer height. And then the face is 0.04 layer height. You know something? You're right. The mask isn't over his nose. I didn't notice that. You naughty Pikachu. But that is 0.04 layer height. This one's better. Remember, these are all first tries. So I'm still figuring out settings, tuning it. This is basically horizontal. It's basically flat. Now you can see I don't have enough layers. I forgot to increase my number of top layers. So you have that little bit of pillowing. Merry Christmas, DB3D. But yeah, that is 0.04 layer height. That's incredible. That's really incredible. Hello, Timothy. I use the Wham Bam Flex Sheet, which is basically the same as the Creality Flex Sheet, except I use the PC surface because the PC surface means I can turn off the heat bed. And that's important when you're conserving power. So it looks like the who makes it? Filament One sells it. It has that gold textured finish. Philistic or something like that. But so far, I've been just incredibly impressed with this printer. It's just doing a good job. I mean, and for $340, it's hard to complain. So if you guys haven't seen that, oh, there it is. This should be this. $343. And that's prime shipped. So I should be able to bring this to the top, move up. There we go. Turn it off. Sprinkler kit. Oh, translations, man. Translations. Oh man, I got spooked. I thought my stove was not working properly because it wasn't it has the ability to turn itself off and then restart itself. So you can set it kind of like a thermostat. And that saves a lot of pellets, especially during the day where you don't need as much. And it stopped doing that. So I was able to light it manually, and if I put it on low or high, it runs continuously, and it ran fine. But it turns out I just need to clean it out. It had too much ash in the pit in the bottom, so the ash was covering up the igniter. Once I vacuumed out all the ash, worked fine. So I've got to get myself an ash vacuum because the my little DeWalt shop vac is not happy about sucking up a whole bunch of ash. It clogs the filter real fast. I don't know. Now I want a CR6 Max. Now that I've seen it do this, I want a CR6 Max with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, real bad. Yeah, yeah. Ash, I think Ash agrees with you. This came off the CR6-SE. That is a mount for my electric car to put the power supply charger in. Well, it's because here today we have a what's called Cyber Monday. I guess they're continuing it for a few days, but this was a Cyber Monday deal. It's still available. So I do not think that's a normal price. I know that. Like I said, I think they just kept the price because if you look, their normal price is $429. Maybe $429, $429, $429. That's the normal price. This price started Sunday night for Black Friday, Cyber Monday, and they just kept it. So hey, as long as it's there, take advantage of it. You save almost $100 off the price of the printer, or what is it, $80 off the price of the printer. Hard to argue with that. And this screen, this gigantic, enormous, ridiculous screen, is turning out to be pretty damn nice. CR6-SE. Okay. So, CR6-SE. You get the glass plate with the nice clips, the nice refined clips. Most of the improvements in the CR6-SE are not functional improvements. They are convenience and cosmetic improvements. Those things cost money, but do not increase performance. The only function this has that might affect performance is the strain gauge bed leveling. So it levels the bed by actually touching the bed. To me, that's a big improvement. I don't know if that's worth $100, but it's there. It has the angled fan, the blower. It uses a 30 millimeter fan side. It has unified wiring with plugs and a breakout board. I love the breakout board. That makes replacing things a lot easier. It has the 32-bit processor with the color touchscreen. It has the more refined extrusions. So you notice all the extrusions are closed. They're not open. Well, that costs extra money. It also comes with the tensioners that the Ender 3 V2 comes with, but not the Ender Pro. But the V2 does come with those differences. Otherwise, it's all cosmetic differences. You got your breakout board, your filament runout sensor, the improved feeder unit, the strain gauge hot end, the color screen. You know, they just made everything a little better. Yeah, it's very responsive, no lag at all. Here's the thing. If you're looking for a printer to add to a print farm, just buy an Ender 3 V2 or an Ender 3 Pro. You're going to save money and you're going to get you're going to get mostly the same performance. If you're looking for a only printer, and especially a first printer, the SE is very freaking nice. Now, between this and the Ender 5 Pro, I'd probably pick the Ender 5 Pro. Bigger build volume, more stable frame, but then again, 0.04 layer height. But the Ender 5 can do that too. Well, it is unlabeled, but if you have an Ender 3, you probably know about it because we print these for the Ender 3. Yep, don't want to do that. So he's talking about the little drawer that Joel didn't realize was there. I especially love, that's just the gray filament that came with it. I especially love these little itty bitty nippers. They're just adorable. Is it? Oh, it's magnetic. I didn't realize that. It's actually got magnets in there. Came with some stickers too. So that was cute. Oh, I got that in. So I've been playing with that for the last couple days. Thanks to you guys, because I would not have been able to buy that otherwise. Print in place worked fine. FlexiRex. There we go. The FlexiRex printed just fine. No issues. All the links move. It's working well. It's actually scary how well it works. Just Beat Saber and the intro game. The games for it are pretty expensive, so I don't really have much of an inclination to buy games. But I'm working on trying to side quest it so I can add more songs to it. I made my little Among Us planter. I gotta upload this to Thingiverse. Yep, I already found side quest. The problem is the directions don't work. So I am working on that. So I got these directions for how to install. I need to install this BMBF. And it tells me how to do it. Download, do this, do this. The problem is this step doesn't work. When I install those drivers, it won't let me. So you're supposed to right click, go to install, and I get this. So I can't get past step 3. Hell yeah, I'm hyped for the SN8 launch. Oh, I hope it goes well. Ooh, somebody sent me some PayPal. But yeah, I can't figure out how to get past this. It won't let me install these drivers. And without those drivers, I can't move on to step 4. Hell yeah. Thank you. Merry Christmas, DB3Dan. 20 bucks on PayPal. You are awesome. Why can't I go there? I just added that. Why is it not there now? Video, existing, video capture. There we go. Thought I did that already. Okay. So until I figure out why I can't. Oh, good point. I didn't think of that. Why the hell would they limit it to Windows 10? Windows 10 is garbage. Shit. So I might not be able to do anything with this until I either get a different computer or because I'm not putting Windows 10 on this laptop. Sorry. This laptop is stable and works correctly. Windows 10 is not touching this laptop. I gotta dig out my mini laptop. My little mini laptop has Windows 10. Yeah, 10's garbage. When I have to run through hoops, install Pro only, and run through all kinds of hacks in order to stop Microsoft from forcing updates down my throat, I'm sorry, that's garbage. Keep your damn hands out of my computer. I'll update and take care of the security of my computer myself. VirtualBox, that's not a bad idea. I could just put a another hard drive in it and run Windows 10 off that hard drive. Dual boot. Yeah, but there's making it for 10 and then there's making it only for 10. That's a bit BS. Now, there's a big difference between making for one and forcing one. New food deals. I got Pop-Tarts. Where are they at? There they are. I got 12 packs of. Where is that? There it is. Why is that? Oh, that's up there. Duh. There we go. I got 12 packs of pumpkin pie Pop-Tarts for $1.49. And worse, you cannot disable Windows Update unless you put Pro on it. Because even if you disable Windows Update on the regular home version, it will undo the changes you made and re-enable Windows Update. I've heard enough stories of Windows Update ruining people's lives for the day. No, no thank you. I don't want your updates. I didn't think of that. This might be a Windows 10 only file. That's really annoying. Really annoying. Oh, I also got... keep yawning. I also got 10-pound tubes of ground beef for $1.99 a pound. So I bought 20 pounds of ground beef. What else did I get? Dollar Tree had some name brand, like 2-pound bottles of ketchup for $1, so I got like 4 bottles. Don't want to get too much because, you know, shelf life. Yeah, so this laptop, I know how to tune it and I know how to make everything work properly on Windows 7, so it's staying with Windows 7. My little itty bitty laptop is Windows 10. I gotta find it. It's laying around here somewhere. I don't know exactly where it's at though. We usually go to Dollar Tree once a week. Because we get bread at Dollar Tree. Yeah, the little bolt action pens are nice. This will do a good job on them. They usually have full size loaves of bread for $1. And they also now have bags of both croissants, 6 croissants, or a little bag of muffins. Why do I keep yawning? They have a bag of 6 muffins. Yeah, hang on. That's not the one I want. Yes, that's called a resin printer. I have a whole bunch of them. You can actually see one up there. See that red thing up there? That's a resin printer. So that right there uses that liquid. It's actually an acrylic. It uses that liquid acrylic with what do you call it? Photopolymers. What update? I didn't know there was an update. I'll have to check for an update for the printer because the vase mode I just have to slow down. It's a bug in there's something wrong in the firmware. The firmware is what does that. Let me see if I can find that nice bolt action pen I was using. That one's kind of cool. Nope. Here's a couple of them. Yeah, bolt action like a rifle. You got that one. You got this one. These aren't as nice as the other ones I was doing. Because the other ones I was doing weren't free. Okay, hang on. It is Max Steyer. Okay. Here's the one I was talking about. There we go. Can you not buy it right now? I wonder why it's not for sale anymore. But here's the one that I was printing. I'll have to see if I can contact him. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, you can use the resin as like a cement. You just need a UV light. I was actually putting these pens into Tinkercad, and I was putting words on the side of the pen. So I was putting names on them. And I got over there, I have a whole bag of them somewhere. It looks really good printed in marble, contrasting colors. Looks real nice. I wonder why he's not selling it anymore. No, the ones I have were from Max Steyer. First layer on Pet G is an interesting experience because that's the only problem you're going to run into with Pet G is first layer. And there's no profile that fixes that. The problem with Pet G is it likes to stick to the nozzle more than it likes to stick to your bed. So what'll happen is it'll curl up and then it'll blob up on the end of your nozzle. What you have to do is you have to coax it into starting that first layer. You start with a skirt, and you get in there with the needle nose pliers, and you yank off those blobs. Now, the other thing you do is you need to be slow. You need to have the right amount of squish. So you've got to play with the amount of squish. Actually, yes, I have printed with PET. It came as a sample in the maker box once, and it printed fine. Again, hard to make it stick to the bed. That won't work. It doesn't cure fast enough. You'd never be able to flow a liquid out of a nozzle in a controlled manner and cure it as it flows without jamming the hot end. That's not going to work. Now, do make sure you print your Pet G at 250 to 255 C. It works a lot better. And then also, don't go over 50 millimeters per second and make your first layer 20% and your fan speed 25%. So 255 C, 25% fan speed, 20% underspeed for the first layer. Make sure you have your needle nose pliers handy for yanking off that blob. Yeah, hot is better. You want to be hot, hot, hot. Cold Pet G, it's just going to curl right off the bed and blob up on your nozzle. So that's the first thing I would do is crank up that temperature. And make sure that bed's hot too. Usually you got to make it 70, 75 C, sometimes 80 C. Sometimes you need 80 C for Pet G. Just got to experiment. And also, on some beds, 80's too hot. So you might need to go down to 70. So too hot will cause problems as well as too cold. So again, you got to experiment. Correct. Pet G needs less squish. Too much squish on Pet G and it curls right off the bed. So what happens is as you're printing, the Pet G will actually curl right off the bed and stick to the nozzle. And once it sticks to the nozzle, you're done. It's not going to work. You got to go in there with the needle nose pliers and you got to yank that blob off. Nozzle X will help because it has a coating, a non-stick coating on it, and it'll help. It won't stop it, but it'll help. Yeah, I figured that much. I was actually surprised. The first night I used it, nothing at all. It was fine. The second night, man, did my neck hurt. So I'm gonna print that Elite strap adapter for it to try to spread out that load a little more. But it's kind of weird. First of all, the field of view is impressive. It's almost complete. Nothing to worry about with one eye. So if you have if you only have vision in one eye, PETG is PET. It's a modified PET. So it's the same thing that your bottles are made of. Do I have one handy? Nope. This. It's this. It's a modified version of this. So it's this plastic. Now, once you get that first layer down, then it's all normal. PETG prints just like PLA for the most part. Except don't go too fast because PETG is softer, so it can actually bind in the feeder like a flexible filament does. I actually had PETG wrap around the feeder once because I had it in an enclosure. I forgot to open the enclosure. Yeah. That PETG softened and wrapped around just like a TPU. You're going to have stringing. You're never going to be able to get rid of stringing in PETG, but don't worry about it. It's easy to clean up. Depends on application. If you need that little bit of extra heat resistance, then you're going to want PETG. But keep in mind, the heat resistance difference is not much. It's not nearly as big of a difference as you might think it is. Yeah, actually, I have a couple of 10-foot USB-C cables, but I also have the I found a link cable on that review site, that review site. So I'll have that coming in too. Well, the thing is, it's weird. PETG is weaker than PLA, but it's tougher than PLA. I just logged in with Facebook. I don't care. Why risk getting banned? I mean, although apparently somebody has successfully jailbroken the Quest 2. I really don't care if Facebook knows I play Beat Saber. I don't care. Yeah, the battery life is pretty good on the thing too. Somebody just confirmed it was not fake. Unless something new came out. It says here that nonprofit research company the XR Extended Reality has confirmed that it's been discovered that bypasses Facebook login, and Safety Initiative says it had confirmed root access as of October 28th. Oh, but here's something newer from November 12th. Jailbreak seems to be fake. So there is something there. They are calling it into question. So it's been called into question. They'll eventually get into it. I have no need for something like big screen on the Quest. There's no 3D advantage to me, and I have this. I don't need a big screen. That thing's 65 inches. Now, the virtual movie theater with other people in it is a pretty cool idea. That is that $228 TV from Black Friday from Walmart. The only reason I can get that. Right now it's running at 1080p, but this can run at 4K. When I get my desktop hooked up, it'll be at 4K. Although I might keep it at 1080p because chat looks real nice at 1080p. You know what my huge disappointment was? You can't use Second Life on the headsets. They gave up on it. What the hell? I mean, this was made for Second Life. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Yeah, this is the wireless one. It's all wireless. Just you can hook it up to a PC as well though. So you can do both. Yeah, but you don't have nearly the same options as you do in Second Life with the custom avatars. Ooh, I've got earnings. Dollar. Oh, and welcome Michael Molarini for joining my Patreon. Thank you, dude. You rock. Yeah, Second Life is still going. I haven't been into it as much lately, just because it was a lot better in the early days when there was a lot of just people around the world just having an awesome time in an awesome app. But then it went all to cyber. It's like, okay, you weirdos. Yeah, but not my custom avatars. Like right now in Second Life, I am Plava Laguna from the Fifth Element. Someone made a real nice avatar for that. Got freaking ash all over me. Well, if you upgrade to something enclosed, it's gonna be huge. Yes, the opera singer from Fifth Element, the blue alien. If you want to print with an enclosure, you want a printer that comes with an enclosure. I have experience with two printers. I have the experience with the WeDo, and I have experience with the FlashForge Guider 2. The Guider 2 is stupidly expensive. It's a $1,500 printer, but it has almost a CR10 build volume, and it eats ABS like it's freaking candy on Halloween. I mean, it just chews down ABS like it's nothing. It's amazing. Yeah. Hang on. As I said, the price is not for the faint of heart. The only reason I have one is because they sent me one. This is actually the updated model. Oh, it says it has a high temperature extruder now. What does that mean? This one will go to 300C. Nice. And it's got a 280 by 250 by 300 build volume. Oh, I love the CR6-SE. The CR6-SE, it's a nice machine. They did a good job on that. Let's see. So you got that one. That's the only one that I'm totally familiar with. Let's see, what else do they have? Small build volume, small build volume. Also, if you get an enclosure for the what are those metal printers? The metal frame printers. This I don't know about this mono price. It's like $700 cheaper, and it's got the same build volume. I don't know anything about it though. I don't know if it's a rebrand or what. So I have no idea about this machine, but it is $700 cheaper. Chit Tech. That's the one. QIDI Tech. Chit Tech X1, X2. Those are nice printers too. He wants large. He wants CR10 build volume, and the Voxel does not have a large build volume. It's got like a 140. Yeah, it's got a 150 by 150 by 150. So it's got a small build volume. He wants it for cosplay parts, so he needs the larger build volume. That's this. That is the laser pistol from Lost in Space. But you got to remember, before the CR10 and Ender 2 came out, you know, buying a 3D printer was a $3,000 or $4,000 adventure. And that was for a tiny build volume. So you have to temper expectations with, you know, what was actually available then. Yes, it is. It's on Thingiverse. Let me find you a link. Hang on. There you go. No new review this week. I haven't got a new printer in yet. I got that Jazzla here somewhere. We're going to do that soon. I also have that Monoprice CR10 size printer that I bought. I have to do that soon. And I have like 5 printers coming in over the next couple months. B5 Blaster. B5 Blaster. Yeah, later on I'm going to bring down the Creality resin printer up there, and I'm going to print the pin and the little LED lights. Oh, I don't see a B5 Blaster. Oh, the Babylon 5 PPG? Or is that something else? Yeah, when COVID hit, they just all stopped. Are you talking about this one? I would like to print that. Hell yeah. Yeah, I like Babylon 5 too. I also liked Lex and Farscape and Andromeda. Lex was a little weird. There's definitely some weirdness in that show, but it was still good. I liked it. Surfboard Blaster? What is that? That is the roll of filament that came with the printer. Oh, okay. You talking about this? Yes, Kevin Sorbo. Dollhouse was also an excellent series. I agree. That was very good. I wouldn't call it worst. It was just weird. And I think it was supposed to be weird. I think that was the point. Yeah, it does. I guess they were trying to be futuristic. Is there anything for Lex on there? Looks like there is nothing for Lex on Thingiverse. Blast her. If you, well, now I have Twitter again. You can send them by Twitter, or better, send them by Facebook or email, because then I can bring them up on the screen. There's nothing at all. I don't see anything for Lex. Oh, there's a Lex word sculpture. Just the 4 letters Lex, like the Philadelphia love sign. No love for Lex, huh? Pity. Hey, Travis Needham, $5 on PayPal. You rock, dude. Thank you. Well, the advantage of on stream, the advantage of Facebook, I can't log into Twitter on the PC. I've given up. I am never logging into Twitter on the computer ever again. It always asks me to authenticate my account, and it 100% of the time fails to send the authentication to my phone. It just never goes through. So I can never log in on the PC on Twitter. I don't know why. I just gave up on it. Phone, no problem. PC, forget it. Pretty good. I got the furnace going, so thank God I don't have to spend. Well, I can't literally. Last year I had to use kerosene to heat the house. I was spending. Yes, they did. And that was great. I was spending $200 a month on electric heaters and $400 a month on kerosene to heat this house. I don't even make $600 a month now. So that would not work. So I got the pellet stove, and I have 3 tons of pellets. So I have enough pellets for the whole winter and half of next winter. I'm hoping to find another coupon code and get 1 more ton of pellets, so I have 4 tons, because I'd like to always have 2 years of pellets on hand. So every year buy 2 tons. While I already have 2 tons, this way I always have 2 years of pellets. I always have 1 more year of pellets. It does. It actually pretty much does heat the whole house. In fact, that reminds me, I gotta turn off her heater. I liked Enterprise. I don't know why people didn't like Enterprise. I loved it. Yeah, I don't have to worry about heat now. We're good. I've already got the pellets. You know, it's gonna take me a couple months to pay off the bill, but that's okay. I got a coupon code that I was able to use on pellets, and I was able to trick the website into letting me use it twice. um, so I got pellets for $222 a ton with tax. So that is 222.72 divided by 50. That's $4.45 a day to heat. I can afford that. That is $133 a month to heat the house. So I can heat the house for the whole winter for less than I was paying last year per month. I also, if you have a CR6-SE, actually this will work with pretty much any Creality printer in theory. But I just I extracted the profile they used to print these prints, because they are shockingly nice prints. And there's a lot of things in there I didn't like. I changed some things, but I updated the profile, and it works very well. It's incredible. The only thing they were doing was they have a 10mm retraction. You know something? If it gets me prints like that, I don't care. So I set my retraction at 10 millimeters, and they set it for 100 millimeters per second, which I don't think works because I think the firmware limits it to 25. And then they also used 0.1 millimeter layer heights with 12 top and bottom layers. I think I'm going to reduce that to 10 because I don't think you need 12. Especially for a large print. For small prints is no big deal, but for a large print, that's going to be a problem. But yeah, and also a 0.3 millimeter vertical hop. Well, it's at 0.1, so I'd be using at least 6. I like 3 top and bottom layers, and that's at 0.2. So if I use 0.1, I use 6 top and bottom layers. I don't think you need 12. But then again, I can't argue with the results, so I'll be tweaking it. Yeah, it's all in my profile. You can download it. It is slow, but you know something? I don't care. I want print quality. If I want fast, I'm going to use like a 0.5 millimeter layer height with my 1.2 millimeter nozzle on my Chiron. That's what I do if I want fast. When I print stuff like this, I mean, you can't argue with this. I mean, the print quality is just ridiculous. I mean, this is as close to perfect as you're going to get with an FDM printer. I mean, this is incredible print quality. As long as it gets me this kind of print quality, I don't care how long it takes. I got more printers. In fact, now I'm going to get my other CR6 set up again. I'm going to get them both set up. I'm going to set them up right over here because I want both of them running now. And this color just happens to be appropriate for the laser pistol. I just have to paint these two parts black and silver, and this part black when I print the trigger. T-verse Zev. You mean T-verse as in Thingiverse? Yes. The Creality sent me a CR6-SE during the Kickstarter campaign to review, for you guys. And I liked it so much that I joined the Kickstarter and bought one myself. So this is the Kickstarter one. So far, the switch hasn't failed, but I also don't mess with it. Where did you see that with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle? 3DR CNC. Because 1.2 millimeter nozzles are harder to find lately. It just works. It just works. I don't have to bed level it. I don't have to do anything to it. I click go. And once I adjust the initial layer height, I don't have to touch anything after that. It just works. I don't buy any printers hardly ever. That's the first printer I bought in a couple of years. Unless I find a really good deal on a used one. Just because I don't have enough money. Oh, Amazon Sweden. Okay. Yeah, the heater's turning on again. So the temperature got low enough that it's kicking on. It's running on thermostat mode. It takes a lot more electricity. So the heater running continuously takes 120 watts. So 120 watts. 1 by 1,000. That's 0.12 kilowatts times 0.18 times 24. That's 51 cents a day to run the heater. But if I run the heater in thermostat mode, it takes 300 to 384 watts per hour, which means it's about $1.50 a day to run the heater. So the electricity goes up quite substantially. That's because it's firing off that heater to ignite the. No, the blower only takes about 80 watts. The blower's not too bad. No, 3D. Okay. Is 3D printing? This is a question from Scott62. I got to remember to do that so people can keep an eye in chat. He asked, do you find 3D printing an expensive hobby? No. 3D printing is a cheap hobby. It's also an expensive hobby. So it just depends on what you do with it. So it's just like rocketry. You can do it very cheap or you can do it very expensive. For example, I tell people you need 2 printers. You need a CR10 and you need an Ender 3. You need to upgrade the feeders on them. That's about $10 each. Okay, so you're looking at 4, 5, 6, with a couple rolls of filament to get you started and some tools. You're looking at about $700 to get started. Now, if you don't want to go with the 2 printers, you can go with 1 printer. You could just buy an Ender 3 for $200. So now your entry cost is about $300 because you're going to spend $200 on the printer roughly, and then you're going to buy a couple rolls of filament. You're going to want to buy a couple of tools. Beyond that, though, your cost is simply filament, and how much filament you spend depends on what you're printing. So it does not have to be expensive. It can be expensive, but it doesn't have to be. So what I advise is that you have one of these. That's going to cost you about 17 to 20 bucks. I advise upgrading to a flex plate. That's going to cost you about 40, 50 bucks. I advise upgrading the feeder unit. That's going to cost you about 8 to 10 bucks. And that's basically all you need. You don't really need anything else. Now, if you start getting into complex projects, you can start spending more money. So, for example, I'd like to hollow this out and put a little LED light inside of here. And I'm going to print these in resin so that they're see-through green. And I'm going to put an LED inside so they light up. That does add expense. You know, you're going to have to buy this stuff. No, actually, I have not upgraded the feeder on the SEs. They work fine. So far, that feeder works perfectly. The only thing I don't like about the feeder is that it's a pain in the ass to take apart. Actually, it's not a pain in the ass to take apart. It's a pain in the ass to put back together. Getting the spring back in there is a real pain. Did I send you a link to a propeller rocket? I don't know. What method did you use to send me the link? How do you disable the filament sensor? Because I keep having it trigger on me. It keeps triggering and I gotta hit freaking resume. Now, the only problem with the Creality dual drive extruders is that there are 2 versions. You have the original version and the updated version, and I don't know how to tell the difference. The original version, the gear drive would chew into the aluminum of the unit. It would grind itself right into it and start chewing the aluminum up. The new version has a washer that separates and that fixes that. Yeah, hopefully there's like some G code I can just put in my start script to cancel, because I don't need the damn filament sensor. You know, this is my filament sensor right here. You know, this eyeball. I look at it and go, yeah, there's enough filament. Yeah, you can do that, except this one has a fluky switch, so it could still activate. I'd rather just get rid of it entirely. Yeah, so with the heater, I got to figure out, does the savings in pellets exceed the cost of electricity to run it in thermostat mode? So if it saves me like $2 a day in pellets, well, then it's worth it, because it's only costing me an extra $1 in electricity. What's updated? Oh, good. Okay, if it says update, you should be good. I personally like them. I think it's a good idea, especially for flexible. Yes, I know, Chris, you can do that, except the switch itself is flaky. So just sitting there, that switch could do something funny and activate. So I'd rather just take it completely out of the loop, like unplug it and be done with it. Hopefully that's something that can be done in the community firmware. I haven't checked. I have not tried out. This printer has been going nonstop since we built it last week, or the week before. It has never stopped printing, so I haven't even turned it off. It's just been it's been going for that long. That's how I got all this done. The jar came out really nice too. Threads work out nice. Printed out my little X15. That there is the peeling it off the bed. I don't know, and Monoprice doesn't send out review units. I turn the heat bed off at layer 100, and the way I do that is in the slicer. So here is my CR6-SE profile. 0.4, 0.96, 0.4, 10. I'm trying this out. 0.5 coasting with a 0.25 extra restart to compensate for the coasting. I'm going to see if that gets rid of that last little bit of micro zitting. The largest print I've made is this one, which is almost as big as the print bed, at least in the X direction. So that's a cord holder and socket for my electric car charger. And then what I do here under temperature, I have my bed set to turn on at 60 degrees and then turn off at layer 100 to 0. Now, if I'm printing with a different kind of material, where I want to slowly lower the temperature, like if it's cold or something like that, I'll do this slowly. I'll say, at layer 80, go down to 55. At layer 90, go down to 50. And I'll slowly bring it down to about 40 Celsius. Then once I hit 40, then I just drop off to 0. And then the extruder, same thing. Layer 1's 220. And at layer 2, I drop down to 210. Layer 3, I drop down to 200. Cooling, same deal. 0 at 1, 100% at 3. I'm hoping the community firmware has that. Nothing in scripting, just it has a G29. I didn't know that. But otherwise, yeah, everything's the same. Void crossing. I set my single extrusion. I am going to lower this. We're going to try 8. Because I think 12 is a bit nuts. We'll see if it changes the print quality. And the 0.1 looks so nice, I have no inclination to change it. It looks fantastic. And this is running at 70 millimeters per second with a 50% outline underspeed. And of course, my first layer, 95%, 120% underspeed. No problem, Colin. But yeah, so far that's working great. I have no complaints. I'll keep tweaking the profile, and it's already available by Google Drive. It says CR6-SE test profile. Yeah, as you can see, that little pin failed. But that's because it's so tiny. I would have actually been surprised if that worked. That's going to take a profile tweak to make that work, I think. And I'm going to have to lower the temperature. Big time. Yeah, I might have to print like 190. At $343, this printer's a no-brainer. Just, if you want one, get one. At $429, I'm starting to think twice, and maybe I better, just get an Ender 3 V2 or just get an Ender 3 Pro. You get 99% of what this has. You don't get the color screen, you don't get the touch sensor, but if you already know how to level your bed, you don't need that. Theoretically, since the bed is hard mounted, it should be more stable over time, in theory. What blows me away is the print quality. I gotta try this profile some other printers and see if I get similar print quality. Yeah, but as soon as I saw these two prints come out, I was like, what the hell? Those are perfect. Like, how did it do that? And well, that's how. It does still have a problem with little tiny peaks. Like you see the little peaks there on the top of him aren't perfect. 70 millimeter per second default speed with a 50% outer perimeter underspeed. Well, if it was this, so the only reason I was able to do that, DeWitt asked, how did I reverse engineer the profile? I didn't reverse engineer it, I just extracted it. When you print with Simplify 3D, let me show you. When you print with Simplify 3D, it actually puts all the settings for the slicer at the beginning of the G code. Okay, here's the beginning of the G code. All of this, you notice it's commented out. See the semicolons here? That means commented out. That means the printer ignores all this. Well, all this is your Simplify 3D profile. So you'll notice if you drag somebody else's G code into Simplify 3D, it doesn't give you a prediction of how long it's going to take. But every now and then it does. Well, when it does, that's because that file was sliced with Simplify 3D. So somebody told me that Creality sliced these with Simplify 3D, and I was like, oh, really? So I dragged the G code into Simplify 3D, and sure enough, it showed me the prediction. So here's how you do that. So you have Simplify 3D, you go to File, and you go to Import FFF Profile, and then what people don't realize is you can select a G code file. So I can select a G code file, and if that file was sliced on Simplify 3D, it will use all this information to rebuild the profile. It's awesome. So I was able to use their profile as a base and then fix it and improve it. I was like, heck yeah, I'm going to take that. I'm stealing that. Yeah, apparently they use Simplify for these two files alone, just for these two files. Apparently they use Simplify 3D. I haven't checked the other files. No, I have not, but I'm going to. Uh-oh. Power just went out. I guess it came back on. And yes, we want to resume. Is the power back on? Yes, we are charging again. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. I'm going to start trying this profile on other printers. So when I get a chance, right now I got too much cleanup to do here. I got another cardboard run to do. This is all the stuff I've been reviewing lately. I just submitted like 40 reviews to Amazon. And favorite 3, John asks if I have a favorite 3D printable hex wrench holder. No. Okay, so now here's something interesting I discovered. You guys know I have these battery boxes. So I wanted to show you. No. You know, the orange battery boxes that I use to run everything here. They don't work on all printers. What are you doing? You dumbass. It tried restarting the wrong file. Great, it melted it. So that resume did not work. Oh, it was trying to home. Why would it try to home? It can't home in a resume. You dumbass. You ought to know better. You can't do that. Well, that fits. Okay. I know. 10mm retract. But it works. So I'm going to leave it. Damn it, I just dropped the part. I said the same thing. 10mm retract. Are you crazy? But it works. I'm not going to argue with it. Hope I didn't bend something. PLA. This is PLA. Yeah, I think I was drawing too much power from the circuit. So let's reslice those files. Yeah, 3D LER, that was PLA. Let's see. Where is my parts? Download. Lost in space. Files. I need this piece, and this piece. Just for shiggles, we are going to try to do this again, but at 0.2mm layer height. Not all printers are compatible with UPS. You'll notice my laptop and screen, all this stuff stayed on, but it seems these fancier printers don't work with this particular UPS. All normal UPSs. There are UPSs that don't work this way, but most normal UPSs are actually running off AC current. And when the power goes out, there's a relay inside, and it switches over to the battery power. So there's a few milliseconds there where your device is getting no power. Most devices, this is not a problem. Some devices, this is a problem. It turns off anyway. Apparently, the CR6-SE is one of them. It's a lined hot end. Yes, PTFE lined hot end. Yeah, 10 millimeter retract would not work with an all metal hot end. That would be a problem. At least I would think it would be. But with a PTFE lined hot end, it doesn't seem to care. Okay. Let's do... This is going to be the collar. Hang on a second. This is going to... I might as well show you guys what I'm doing. This is going to be the muzzle. And we're going to try 0.2. And I definitely don't need 12 for that, so we're going to do 4 and 4. And this one will be the trigger. I'm going to try it with a 0.2 and see how it comes out. So now I should have... I'm going to do sequential. That looks good to me. So that'll print this one first. Then it'll print this one. Then it'll print this one. In reality, I'm probably going to redo all these anyway, because this piece and this piece need to be black, and this piece needs to be silver. And I would rather print them in their appropriate colors than try to paint them. So this one I'll probably paint. So we're going to call that Lisp parts again. So I'll have to do the math later to see whether or not it makes sense to let the heater turn on and off like it does. Or if I'm better off letting it run 24 hours. You guys all there? Everything stopped for a second, so I want to make sure the internet didn't get bumped. Oh, by the way, if you guys want a free way to send me $10, Ibotta is paying $10 for referrals. That's another one of those coupon apps. It's basically if you use my referral link to install Ibotta, which should be in the description or on Nerys.com, and then you have to use it one time. So you got to use one coupon from the Ibotta app, and then I get $10. Take that venture capital money, baby. Because that's the only way they can afford that VC money. Nice. G2 box doesn't support it? What do you mean it doesn't support it? The only slicers I'm aware of that do resin at all are Prusa Slicer and G2 box. Says here that Anycubic claims that it will support G2 box. But it looks like something they might be working on. Because it says stay tuned for an update. Looks like it's Photon Workshop until they fix it. Huh. Where the hell's the search I just did? Looks like somebody's here. Got goodies for me. Awesome. Bigger trailer. Yeah, there you go. Hi, Nosy. Oh yeah, they climb all over everything. So, UPS game. Let's see what they got for me. Antennas for my ham radios. 1800 milliamp batteries for the ham radios. I found this interesting combo where if I put the original 1800 milliamp battery and the micro antenna, I can make my ham radio that big. That's incredible. Versus that big. Oh yeah, N3 Yankee Echo Zulu. And these radios are stupid cheap. 8 watts. Just a tech no code. Nice. There's a shirt. Good for you, man. It's just a regular t-shirt. So just a Amazon brands t-shirt. The most clothing items, the tax value is 0, so it literally is free. So anytime I see any clothing in my size or Michelle's size, I get it. I was so pissed off last night. Keen shoes came up and I missed it. I couldn't get Michelle the size 8 that she needs. I was so annoyed. Well, anything you find on there is going to be black or blue. You're never going to get bright colors there. But hey, it's free. As long as it's free, I don't care. I'll take free clothing all day long without hesitation. That does not look like it's going to fit. Maybe. No. Oh, yes, it does. Awesome. It does fit. I think it's even smaller. No, it's the same. So now I have micro radios. I want to see if that's enough with these antennas to make it to the store and back. And then I can always just hang on to these if I need the power capacity. Hi, kitty. And what is this? I think it's another shirt. I got a bunch of stuff I got to pick up from the post office today, too. Yeah, this is a button-down shirt. But again, if I can get a big and tall shirt in my size, I'm not going to question it. I'm just going to get it. Yeah, this is a 5XL tall. Good. That's actually a nice looking shirt. They had a Tommy Hilfiger shirt pop up, but it wasn't my size. It was 4X, and I need 4X tall because I'm a big critter. No, that's not bad. For 17 cents, not bad. I don't know if there's any repeaters around here. I doubt it. Let's see. There's an Albuquerque fire station repeater. There's a Santa Fe repeater. There's a Sandia Crest repeater. But then again, if I could reach Sandia Crest, I could reach her direct. There's a Tijeras repeater. But again, if I could reach Tijeras, I can reach her direct. I was thinking about it. I don't have the money to set up a repeater right now because, you need an antenna, but I was thinking about it. Nothing for Edgewood. I didn't think there would be. Like I said, with the big antennas, at 8 watts with those antennas, I could reach all over Edgewood, no problem, anywhere. The question is, can I do it with the stubbies? I'm hoping I could do it with the stubbies, because the stubbies, it's just handy having such a tiny radio. Man, I remember my first handy talkie from Radio Shack. The battery was bigger than this. Just the battery was bigger than this. And the battery cost more than this. Now you can get a full tri-power dual band 148 watt radio. Comes with a speaker mic, charging dock, everything. For like $40, $50. It's ridiculous. And I actually have 4 more of these coming in. Because they, on that review program, a 4-pack of the Taio radios popped up, so I grabbed it. So now I'm going to have like 9 of these damn things. Doing pretty good, Maker Viking. What I also like is that the dock, here's something that people don't realize also. here's the dock for it. So there's your dock. And what's really cool about this dock is that the dock charges the battery directly. So you can actually stick this in the dock and charge the battery independently. That's really cool. I wonder why I overloaded the circuit. I'm not using any more power. At least I don't think I am. But yeah, that's nice to be able to charge the battery. Well, I don't use them as much around here lately just because there's not too many people to talk to around here. But at home, I had people I talked to all over the place. And they're also great in the car, from car to car. I can even let unlicensed people use them just by setting them to a GMRS frequency. Because you could do that, or an FRS frequency. You got to lower it down to 1 watt when you do that, but you can program these for GMRS or FRS frequencies or business radio frequencies. That all doesn't require a license at all. So they're great. We used them to talk from car to car when we were driving out here. The 6 days we took to drive out here, it was wonderful. So I got to get a nice antenna set up. I have not done anything. Ragnar asked about the Artist D. I still have the Artist D here, and because I want to use it because I like it. I just haven't had time. But yeah, I do have plans for projects. Radio Shack is not coming back. A company bought the rights to the Radio Shack name, and they're going to start an online store under the Radio Shack name. That's not Radio Shack coming back. That's someone else using the Radio Shack name. Which, hey, I hope they succeed. I really hope they succeed. Radio Shack was kind of between a rock and a hard place. There's just... It would not have been easy for Radio Shack to survive the transition to our new economy. That would not have been easy. I'm not sure there's any practical way they could survive. I don't know if they could have. They made some wrong decisions when they were closing. I actually had to fight with them to get them to tell me whether they were going to keep me or fire me. I had to threaten to walk out on the spot. I was like, you tell me what's going on or I'm leaving right now. Like, I'm going to tell Joe, my boss, see you later. I quit and I'm going to walk out this door right now, which they really couldn't afford to do because no one's going to take a job with a company that's closing the store in 3 weeks. And, or a month and a half, whatever it was. The Source. Never heard of the Source. So I got the district manager on the phone, and I was like, look, you need to tell me what's going on. I was like, I have obligations. I have duties. I still have both my CRXs, but I don't use them just because I can only plug in 5 or 6 printers. So I just can't run that many printers. I told him I have duties, I have obligations, I have bills, I have expenses. I was like, I need to know what's going to happen to me when we close this store. I need to know, am I still going to have a job? Meaning you're going to move me to another store? Or do I have to plan and not use any excess money so that I can save up a little bit? Because, you know, unemployment isn't going to pay me jack until I find a new job. And he didn't want to tell me. He's like, well, we don't know. And I was like, don't fuck with me. You know, it's like, I'm not an idiot. Okay? You're a Fortune 500 company. There's no way in hell you don't know exactly what you're doing. I was like, unless that's why this company's failing, because you don't know what you're doing. So he finally told me they were keeping all the part-timers and they were letting go all the full-timers. And I was like, there you go. Now I know that I'm not going to have my job, so I need to be careful with what I do with my paychecks so that I can, you know, take care of my family and my obligations and duties. And he's like, well, we don't normally like to tell people, you know, what we're going to do to them because, you know, security, you know, they tend to you know, be spiteful and do nasty things, steal stuff, damage property, etc. And I was like, oh, so you expect us to give you a 2-week notice, but you're going to give us an on-the-spot notice. was like, you realize how one-sided and hypocritical that is, right? And I was like, you know, and I get it. I understand security issues, but your security issues are your problem, not mine. Okay? My family and my obligations are my problem. I was like, that just means you need to spend more on security. Okay? What are you gonna do? I would never do that kind of job again. I enjoyed the job. I enjoyed the work. It was a very fun job. But the inter-employee backstabbing of a commission-based job, no, never again. I just don't want to deal with that. Hey, Michael. Yeah, I was oblivious to the backstabbing until I realized what was going on. It was sick that people would just, you know, whatever. I mean, I guess I get it to a point, you know, you take care of your own and fuck everybody else, but whatever happened to morals and, you know, common decency? So yeah, I didn't like that backstabbing. That was just, I don't want to deal with that. The job itself though was great. It was fun. That's where I think Radio Shack went off course. You know, the number of times my boss looked at me like, "What the hell are you doing?" As I tell people to go to Monoprice or Best Buy or Walmart to get a cheaper price on a cable or something like that. And you know, he didn't. It took him a while to realize. Once he realized it, once he started experiencing it, he stopped complaining about it. But he didn't realize that you have nothing to offer these people except your service. You can't undercut Best Buy, Amazon, or Monoprice. All right. You can't outsell Best Buy, Amazon, or Monoprice. You're never going to do that. You're too small. So the only thing you have to offer is service. So I always gave you the product was secondary, because if a person wanted a TV, they wanted a TV. You know, that's a given. That's either going to happen or it's not. But if you give the person good service, they'll come back to you and reward you for that good service. And it happened over and over and over again. People would come back, you know, and say, "Yeah, I went to Best Buy. They just were not helpful at all. You were incredibly helpful. I'm going to buy the cables from you." And they'll pay the extra $5 to buy the cables from you. But and that was the only thing Radio Shack had going for it. It took me a while to convince them, but I can't. Yeah, it took me a while to convince them to let me open products and take them home with me. I was like, I want to take that GPS home with me. And he's like, "What do you mean?" Yes, I can see you 3D RCNC. If you send messages with links in them, they won't work. YouTube blocks most of those. If they had links, no. And the last message I see from you is quite a while ago. You said lol. Oh, I'm sorry, Travis. I missed your question here. Yes, I'm allowed to resell after 6 months, which is questionable because they say that the product belongs to me completely when they ship it, but then they say I can't sell it for 6 months. So which is it? It can't be both. Either the product belongs to me immediately and therefore I can sell it immediately because I'm taking the full tax liability immediately, or I can't sell it for 6 months, therefore the product is not mine, it's yours, and you should be covering some of that tax liability. You can't have it both. Either it's mine or it's not. Now the reason they do that is that the whole point of this, now remember, if you know the name of this program, do not type the name of the program. I'm not supposed to explicitly mention the program, so I'm just going to call it the program. So if you know the name of the program, don't type it, to get me in trouble. Well, it'd get me booted out of the program. That would suck. The whole point of the program is to get legitimate, honest, reliable reviews that are unbiased and unmolested. So, for example, you guys are probably aware that there's thousands of listings on Facebook and in media. I get emails and Instagram and Twitter messages every day. I ignore them. Where they say, hey, review our product and, we'll give it to you for free. But there's a trick. The way they do it is you buy the product on Amazon. Hey, Michael, thank you very much for joining my Patreon, man. You rock. So you buy the product on Amazon, and then after you submit a review for the less shady ones, after it ships for the not shady ones, they refund you by PayPal. So you spend the $50 to order the radio kit, they refund you the $50 by PayPal, and you leave a review. Now that's not shady in the sense that it's fraudulent. Telling you to wait until after you review, that's shady. Okay? The legitimate companies will refund you after shipping. They won't wait for you to review because, that's buying a review and that's not legal. Well, it's against the rules. It's very bad. But the problem is, by doing that, they incentivize people to either, one, leave a 5-star review because they want to make sure they get their money back, or two, even if they're not worried about that, well, many of them are legit reviews, but I'll get into that in a minute. The problem is you get lower quality reviews. Even if the person isn't just saying 5 stars because I want my money back. Okay, let's assume the person's being above board and legitimate. What happens is you get people who are just lazy. So they get the product, they get the refund. Yeah, I saw you say, I'm just typing. You said they don't go through, it's really frustrating. No links, I'm just typing. I got those. I have had other people say they had messages that don't go through. Like they could see on my screen that the message didn't pop up even though they typed it. That has nothing to do with me. I don't know what's going on with that. So what happens is you get a lot of reviews that look like product arrived, works fine, no problem. It's like, what the hell am I supposed to do with that? So from a consumer point of view, that review is worthless. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't give them any insight. It doesn't help the customer. And when you have programs like that, when people just want the free stuff, you get garbage reviews like that. Now, the problem is it can be difficult for you to tell what a legit review looks like and what a garbage review looks like, because some people get creative. I could go online and make you a legit looking review that is total garbage for a product I never had. You know how I'll do it? I'll go to the listing and I'll look at the specs and features of the listing. I'll look at the pictures. I'll read other people's reviews, see the things that they found problems with, and then I'll cobble together a review with all that information without ever having the product. Okay, so that's a problem. So the whole purpose of the program is to encourage legitimate reviews. And one of the ways they do that is that they disconnect the seller from the reviewer. So I can leave a 1-star review and there will be no penalty for me. Some do that. The shady ones do that. And they do that to encourage 5-star reviews. Like they'll say, oh, after you leave your 5-star review, I'll send you your PayPal. The unspoken words there are, if you don't leave a 5-star review, you might not get your refund. Okay? That's the unspoken message there. Now, the legitimate sellers, they'll just say, okay, let me know when it ships, and then I'll refund you. So they refund you before you make the review. Those are legitimate. But the problem is, that doesn't stop lazy people who just want free stuff. And they're going to leave a garbage review because they want to get the free stuff. So the program is designed to cull those from it. So if you leave a bunch of garbage reviews, they're going to bump you from the program. They're going to say, okay, we're discontinuing your access to the program. You have a nice life. Not yelling at you or anything. You're not in trouble. You just don't have access to the program anymore. And the way they do that is by people rating your reviews as helpful or not. So if you get a 1-star review and a user says, that was helpful because you saved me from buying that piece of shit product, as far as Amazon's concerned, that's a star in your book. So that encourages people like me to leave proper, legitimate reviews. Exactly. That company was legitimate. They paid you before you left a review because, you know, they realized that it was illegitimate. They limit reselling because they want legitimate reviewers. What they don't want is flippers, people who want to profit from the program. So I have to pay tax on this radio. So let's say this radio is $40. I'm going to have to pay, you know, well, I shouldn't have to because it should be a write-off since I'm a professional reviewer. So this is a write-off for me. It's a product I bought specifically to review. I have 9 of these. I don't need 9. I need 2. Okay, so I didn't get it because I wanted it. I got it because I want to review it. And so I should be able to write off everything as a tax write-off, since this is my actual business. This is what I do for a living. A regular end user can't do that because it's not their primary source of income. So you have to pay a tax on it, and that's income tax. I will get a 1099 for $34,000 from Amazon at the end of the year because that's how much shit I got off Amazon over the last 4 months. Oh my god! But that tax is usually about 20%. So you're going to pay, you know, self-employment tax is 13.5%. And then you got your state taxes about 4%. And this is that's enough dollars to push you into the next bracket. So it's probably going to be right around 18 to 20%. So that would be, let's call it 20% just to make it easy. That means I have to pay $8 for this. So if I can sell this for more than $8, I made a profit. Okay. Amazon wants to discourage that because that's, you know, me selling this stuff for a profit encourages me to just grab stuff and sell it. And then just blah, 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 reviews real quick. Who cares? I just want the stuff because I want to make the money. Okay, so they want to discourage that. They want, after 6 months, most of the stuff isn't going to be worth anywhere near what it was new. So there's less incentive to do that. Well, I'm not writing off income from a 1099. I'm writing off the purchase. So if Amazon sends me a 1099, that means they sent me money, right? As far as the IRS is concerned, that means they sent me money. Well, where'd that money go? Well, that money was spent buying the stuff. All right, so essentially, you know, from a tax perspective, Amazon gave me $8 in money, and I spent that $8 to buy the radio. So I'm not writing off the 1099, I'm writing off the purchase of the radio. So on one column, I'll have the 1099, and on the other column, I'll have my spreadsheet of all my purchases and what I paid for them in credit. Those two equal. So I'm not writing off I'm still trying to find the tax professional to talk to make sure I do it right. Other people said they do it, and it works. It's fine. It's legit. You know, as long as that's your primary income, and it is. My primary income source is affiliate income from selling stuff. And so it should work. It better work, or I'm in deep shit. But Amazon wants to encourage legitimate reviews. So the program does that by, first of all, there's no consequences for a review you leave. If you leave a 1-star review and that review is considered helpful, you're fine. And there is nothing the seller can do about it because they have no connection to you. The Patreon link on my affiliate page is broken. Hang on. Let's see. My affiliate links page. Patreon. What the? Oh, that's weird. It goes back to the same page. Yeah, for some reason, the link goes to the same page. I'll fix that later on. I don't know why it does that. Yeah, I just put the mouse over the link and it says Nerys.com/affiliate. So these are the things that Amazon does to try to, because legitimate reviews are in Amazon's best interests, and it helps consumers find better products. Now, the problem is, from the perspective of the seller, that's a roadblock that's going to be very difficult for them to overcome, because a name brand product is going to have a lot more reviews than a non-name brand product, which means a name brand product is always going to be higher in the listing than a non-name brand product. So how do they get an inroad? Well, that's part of what it's part of what the program does. And, when we don't have to pay for the stuff, we will try more stuff, like non-name brand stuff. Now they are trying to game it again. So now you have sellers who are paying, bot networks and companies to vote reviews helpful. Because if more people vote the review helpful, it increases the ranking of that review, which also increases the ranking of the product, which increases where you appear on the listing on Amazon. So it's always this war of the sellers and the consumers and the retailers vying for your screen space on the screen. So it's always that constant war. And it's I wish there was a better way to do it. It's kind of unfair to small sellers. That's why in the past I would do one of those shady deals if they did not have the after your review clause, if they would pay before review, just because, well, I like getting free stuff and it helps them out too. Well, here's the problem. This is not income. I don't care what the IRS considers. I don't care what the Amazon considers. It's not a 1099. I'm not getting money. No one's giving me cash. I'm getting stuff. And the value of that stuff is not based on its retail value. It's based on fair market value. It's based on what can I get. If I liquefy this asset, what can I get for it? That's the legitimate taxable value. Well, they say I can't sell it for 6 months, so everything's depreciated 6 months. Most of this stuff, depreciated 6 months, its value is zero. I mean, this will retain value. No, the taxes at the end of the year, you get a 1099. I mean, this stuff retains value. Okay, so this stuff has a legitimate value. But for example, what is the actual retail value of this shirt 6 months old? It's zero. It's whatever donation you can get at a thrift store. It's the 25 cents at a yard sale. It's zero. It has no value after 6 months. Okay? What, even something nice like this. This is a $40 Brita filtered water bottle. It's a vacuum bottle. It's got a Brita filter built in. It's a nice vacuum bottle. That's $40 new. What's its used value, after 6 months? It's zero. The tax value on this is $40, but the actual value is zero. The only way this has any value at all is if I keep it brand new in the box, don't use it, and resell it. Then it might be worth 50% of its retail value. But the moment I fill this with water and use it and sell it used like this, its value is zero. And because it's not legally mined for 6 months, I have to depreciate the value of this. And legally, the value of this is zero. So, and that's the same for most of the stuff that you get. Because what's the actual value? The actual value is put it up on Craigslist or Marketplace. What can you get for it? That's the fair market value. So the way I see it, Amazon gives me a credit card. No, that's not why they do it. This is a case of the fish being squished by the whale and nobody notices the fish. You had a problem where companies would find ways to pay their employees under the table. Now, you can't pay under the table in cash. Okay, here's a company car. It's yours. You know, like the car's in your name. It's free. It's your car. All right? You know, here's that, you know, $15,000 vacation to the Bermudas. Okay? The IRS realized that people were being paid with things like that. So the person was getting a $15,000 vacation, and the company wrote off the $15,000 vacation for the employee. So the IRS is like, no. That's not how this works. You got a $15,000 vacation from the company. That's no different than if they paid you $15,000 and you spent $15,000 on the vacation. You owe income tax on that. The problem is things like this got caught up in that same net. Because this is not the same thing. This is not a company giving me a benefit to pay me. Because I don't make any money off of this by actually just having it. All right, like I said, I have 9 of these. I don't need 9 of these. I have probably 40 of these kinds of things. See you later, Colin. So the way I'm treating it is Amazon is paying me credit. How much credit? The 1099. I received that. I consider it an Amazon credit card of sorts. Call it a company credit card. Okay? And I spend that credit to buy this stuff. So since I'm using this for my primary business, this is not a hobby, this is my income source. I make money with affiliate links. When you guys click on those Amazon links, as an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases, required wording, I earn a commission. I'm actually starting a new channel just to do all this stuff, because I confirmed with Amazon that it's okay for me to make videos, affiliate links, influencer page links. That's all okay as long as I don't mention the program. And as long as I follow the community guidelines. And so, in theory, it should be legit. Anybody with half a brain is going to look at this and realize, okay, he's just a professional reviewer getting crap offline. You know, he's not making, you know, he's not profiting directly from the products itself. He's profiting from the work he does. You know, it's not income, but they're counting it as income because of people abusing, you know, the $15,000 vacation and the $40,000 car that the company paid for and wrote off. Okay, so that's why that happens. So in theory, it should be okay, because it's not an unlimited checkbook. They limit me to 8 picks a day, so I have a credit limit, and that credit limit is 8 items. So it better work. Or I'm gonna owe like $3,500, which I don't have. So, we'll see. But the vast majority of the stuff, probably 90% of the stuff, has a 0 actual value. Once you depreciate it 6 months and sell it used, its actual value is 0. So most of these things, even if I can't write them off directly, will depreciate to 0. Like these would maintain value. Like this is like $45, $50 new. I could probably sell it for 30, maybe. You know, I might get that. So that would be the amount that it would be depreciated to, you know, fair market value. But, we'll see. It's interesting, that's for sure. But the fact that my income will exceed my write-offs helps a lot. You know, because I'm going to have, you just get an email one random day. There's no way to ask to be in it. You can't refer somebody to it. It doesn't work that way. And they could flush you out just as easily. That happens all the time. They have culling every couple months. They have a culling. I think every 3 months they'll boot a bunch of people from the program because, you know, either they weren't leaving enough reviews or they were low quality reviews or stuff like that. One thing I learned is that I now no longer review stuff on Amazon at all. I only review stuff I get through the program because, you know, remember I told you how they were paying people to vote reviews helpful? That could get you voted from the program if the person on the other end wasn't using their brain. Because if you, as you know, I got I got the device from you, and the seller is paying people to upvote the review. What's that have to do with me? I got worried because one of my reviews got like 50 upvotes, 50 helpful votes. And it's like, that's not natural. There's no way you get 50 upvotes in one night. That just doesn't happen. It can't. It's very unlikely for that to happen. So most likely the seller paid to have those voted helpful. And so I think the company's starting to realize that that's not the reviewer's problem. There's nothing the reviewer can do about that. I can't stop the seller from doing that. So I haven't heard of anybody being booted for that recently. You get reviews deleted. I've had reviews deleted, you know, and the only reason I even know is because I went back to edit the review to update it. And the review was gone. It was just not there. And it wouldn't let me leave another review. So now I only leave reviews for stuff from the program. This way I don't get tangled up in any of that conspiracy nonsense crap. So, but yeah, they invite you. I'm trying to get into Walmart's program. I'm trying to leave reviews for, yeah, Amazon deletes it. If Amazon thinks the review is compromised, meaning it's a fraudulent review, they'll delete it. Because remember, there's a lot of eyes on Amazon. You know, there's a lot of people watching Amazon, especially the reviews. There's been all kinds of exposés from journalists on, you know, fraudulent Amazon reviews and how they're not trustworthy and stuff like that. And so Amazon has a very vested interest in maintaining the integrity of their reviews. Usually what happens is if a seller gets caught doing the pay for review thing, you know, hey, I'll send you buy this and I'll refund you the money. Well, they'll take down their listings and delete all the reviews attached to it. Because Amazon has to maintain a high moral standard. They have to maintain the high ground, or nobody will trust their reviews. So it's kind of a battle. They have to. So that doesn't necessarily mean you did anything wrong, but if they can't tell and they have proof that the seller is doing things fraudulently, they have to act. I don't know. But yes, that can happen. If Amazon sees a seller fraudulently, you know, upvoting a review, they'll delete it. But usually what they'll do is they'll delete the seller's account. Like they'll boot the seller off Amazon. And of course, when they do that, everything attached to the seller goes away too. Because it's all suspect now. Now, that doesn't hurt me. I did my job. I made my review. That doesn't hurt me. That just hurts the seller. And, of course, it hurts. Yeah, review farms in India and China. Yeah. But they have to. They don't have a choice. Because if they don't, they're going to get crucified in the media. Because, you know, like I said, what's the only thing you have? Service. You know, if your customers don't trust you, you're done. That's it. Hey, Tim, DeWitt3D, $35. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that a lot. Like I say here, like I say, I that's why. Do you know how many times I've had companies offer to sponsor me? I've heard of Silicon Valley Crisp, but I have not watched it. I'm gonna have to download that. I've heard it's very good. But do you know how many times I've had people, you know, offer to sponsor me, to pay me? I even had Creality offer, and I politely turned them down because I have to. You know, if I were doing this for just a couple of years, sure, that would make sense. But the problem is, if I take the one guy in the show start up a review farm, like a real one, or just as part of the show. The if I start taking money directly from manufacturers, well then I would become suspect in your guys' eyes. Is my, you know, excitement and exhilaration for the CR6-SE because I like the CR6-SE, or is it because Creality's paying me? You see what I mean? You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. There would always be a question in your mind. Is he legit or is he shilling? So if I were to shill for a company, that's it. I'd be done. Would they abandon Amazon? No. Would they trust Amazon as much? No. Would companies want to put products and advertisements on Amazon for as high a price? No. And that's the problem. Amazon wants to be a premium product, so they have to offer a premium product. If they're not trusted, they can't demand a premium price, no matter how pervasive they are. So I can't attach myself to any one company directly with a direct monetary link like that. It has to be indirect, because otherwise, there's, even if I am totally above board and totally unbiased and totally not shilling, for many of you, you wouldn't be able to tell. There would always be that lingering doubt. And as soon as I lose the trust of my viewers, that's it. I'm done. As soon as you lose the trust of your audience, you're done. Holy shit, Colin, $75. Happy holidays. Dude, you rock. 2 thumbs up for that. Thank you very much. See, if I were a company shill, would things like that happen? No. I depend on you guys. This is long term for me. I'm hoping to do this for the next 20 years. I don't even know if this industry will exist in 20 years, but I'm going to try. That's why I have Life of Nerys. That's why I have the new channel for gadgets, goodies, and widgets. I'm trying to expand my portfolio to make me as resistant to failure as possible. But well, Amazon has the same kind of problem. They have to, if they're not trusted by the customer base and by the industry that wants to use Amazon, they become worth less. No matter how much market share they have, they become worth less. So Amazon has a vested interest in maintaining the integrity of their review process. So, yeah, but it's a war, they develop radar, and they develop, radar reflective skin, and they develop the ability to detect small perturbations. They fly under the tree line. The good guys and the bad guys are always fighting. That's incorrect, Ronald. You are using the word incorrectly. Okay? I might have a preference. I might have a leaning, but I do not have a bias. Okay? Look up the word bias in the dictionary. The word bias means I take a position, favorable or not favorable, but it is not backed by logic or reason. So a Republican or a Democrat is typically biased because they're like, I'm all Republican, I'm all Democrat, but there's no logic or reason to back up that position. It's just an emotional position they hold. That's bias. Okay? So bias would be me saying, this printer is, well, actually, even that wouldn't be bias. If I said this printer is wonderful while it printed out shit, that wouldn't even be bias. That'd be shilling. Okay? But the word bias has an actual meaning. And the word is a disproportionate weight in favor or against an idea or thing, usually in a way that is closed-minded, prejudicial, or unfair. So, not based in logic or reason. That's bias. Okay? So, when you have a problem with a manufacturer connection to a user, that's not a bias issue, that's a shilling issue, where I shill for the company. So that would be an accomplice of a hawker, gambler, or swindler who acts as an enthusiastic customer to entice, or encourage others. That's a bit of a rough definition, but it's the closest word we have. It'd be shilling, but it's not bias. Bias is what you see in our politics. That's bias. Now, probably a better word would be fanboyism. You see that a lot in cars. You'll have Ford fanboys and Dodge fanboys and Chevy fanboys. They're not biased because it's kind of a bias, but it's a less menacing. It's not a malicious bias. So the word I would use is fanboy. Okay? So I'm not a Creality fanboy. Now, the reason getting the printer for free does not create a bias, not intrinsically, is because that's standard in the industry, right? Now, I have terms and conditions when manufacturers send me printers. I have terms and conditions. One of the terms is the printer is mine at no cost. I cannot incur any cost to receive the printer. If you want the printer back, that's fine. You have to pay for whatever it costs to get the printer back. And you have no control and no say in my reviews. None whatsoever, even if they're bad. I'm definitely a Marvin fanboy. You get no say in my reviews. You can't correct them. You can't guide them. Nothing. You get no say whatsoever. I've had companies who wanted to they wanted to see my video before I released it. I was like, nope, don't even bother sending me the printer. Keep it. I'm doing pretty good, engine. Now that's where trust comes in. Okay, you can usually tell. Okay, there's two kinds of reviews you're going to get from people who aren't legitimate. You're going to get shill reviews. They're just saying it just because they want the free stuff. Well, the problem is it's not just semantics. Bias is a negative word. Bias is like calling somebody a fucking asshole. You're saying they're a bad person. There's no good way to apply the word bias to a person. There's no such thing as positive bias. If you're biased, that's a bad thing, whether it's for or against something, because you are being unusually for or against something without logic or reason. That's always a negative trait. There's no such thing as a good thief. You can't call someone a thief and it be a compliment. There's no such thing as it being a compliment. And I actually did have one company get a little upset with me when I was pretty negative about their printer. And I was like, hey, I gave you a straight up response and even gave you suggestions on how to fix it. I was like, have you looked at Creality printers? A lot of their improvements came from me. Because they took the advice that made sense from a company perspective and they implemented it. And their machines became better. Well, that company made better machines and they still send me machines. Right? And once they realize that, there's nothing malicious there. Now, there is a quid pro quo there. Okay? I'm very critical and I'm very honest about my reviews. But I'm also tactful. Now, tactful doesn't mean being a fanboy or a shill. That just means being a decent freaking human being. So if I have a bad, there's only one printer that was so bad, you guys never saw it. Like, it was so bad, I never reviewed it. I still have it. It's here somewhere. I don't even remember who makes it. It's a little tiny printer. It was like a knockoff of the it was a knockoff of the Monoprice Mini. It was just like the Monoprice Mini. It was a white printer, looked just like the Monoprice Mini. It had bad electronics, it had bad quality control, parts were missing and broken, stepper motors didn't work right out of the box. It's like this machine, the parts weren't even tested. And no, the A-nets work pretty good. The A-nets have a lot of problems. They have a solid construction, low quality control. So like one of my favorite printers is the A-net E10, but it's garbage out of the box. But it's got good bones. It's just low quality components. And I kept giving them feedback, and now look, A-net's making better printers. Okay, so as long as they take the advice, a lot of sometimes they send me printers, they don't even need me to do a review of it. They just want me to, give them feedback. No, I love that printer. I wish that printer was better because it was just such a cool looking printer. You're talking about the Yak, the Yak, I think it was. What ended up happening is the power wire going into the power supply came loose and shorted on the case on the inside. Oops. So that actually wasn't a bad design. It was just bad QC. Whoever assembled it, either didn't tighten that screw enough or it came loose during shipping. It happens. But yeah, that wire came loose and it shorted against the the case. It also had a cold solder. So one of the power wires had a cracked solder joint because it was a cold solder joint. And again, it's hard to see this is where people say, well, you're shilling for them if you don't say that's bad. Well, the problem is that will pass QC. A bad solder joint like that can pass QC. They could power it up, they could test it, they could run it, and it works because it takes time for that kind of thing to fail. So sometimes shit just happens. But the company still gets good marks from me. You know why? Because I told them about the problem, they sent me a new board. Right? And as long as they extend that same level of support to their end users, that's a good thing. Because what's more important to me is the support you get. You know, as long as the hardware is okay, all I need to know is that, are you going to support me if something goes wrong? If a part fails and it shouldn't have, you know, if you have something that fails after a year, that's called wear and tear. You just replace it. But when it fails after, you know, a day, you know, as long as they're willing to send the replacement parts and it isn't total garbage, well, that's a tick up in my book. You're supporting your customers. So that's important too. G-Tech E180. I've never heard of that one. What is that? Yes, that's it. I think that's the printer. Yeah, I think that is the printer. Well, that depends. Did they voluntarily do the recall because they realized, oops, we screwed up, let's fix it? Or did somebody force them to do the recall? Pinto, gas tank explosion, Pinto. So that depends. When your board of directors decides that the lawsuits from killing people are cheaper than the recall. Yeah, because mine didn't have a color screen. I'm pretty sure it didn't have a color screen. So this might be an updated model. And I bet you this is OEM because I don't remember it being from G-Tech. The first G-Tech I got was the A10. So I wonder if that is an OEM of a different machine. I'm not sure. But it looked like that. It looked just like that. You know, I just didn't review it. Just because, you know, okay, my job is not to shit on these companies. Okay? If you think your job is to shit on these companies, you're in a different kind of market. Okay? My job is to provide you viewers straight, honest information to help you make decisions on whether or not you want to buy this or not. So some viewers might decide they want this printer even with the problems, and I give them the information they need to fix it. But my job is also to be a beneficiary of the company because I want to provide feedback to the company to improve their products because they'll sell more, which is good for the company, and we'll get better quality products. That's a win-win all around. You know, that's why I've started making my analysis videos public to you guys because number one, it's easy content for me to publish, and number two, it's transparency. So now bias can't be fixed. That's a problem. Oh, it fell off. That sucks. That's annoying. I guess that contact patch was. Oh, I didn't adjust my. I'm dumb. I forgot to adjust my first layer height for 0.2 millimeters. So as you can see, well, you really can't see. See how that first layer is really loose? So I did not have good adhesion to the bed. But this does not look anywhere near as good as the 0.1 millimeter. Yeah, I'm not thrilled by that. I mean, it's clean. It's a clean print. I mean, it doesn't look horrible. But it's not what I want. I'll have to look at the other prints. This one's kind of a hard one because it's an upside down print, so there's going to be cooling issues here. So I'll have to play with that. It also might have been wiggling around. And if that was wiggling around, that's going to cause a problem. But the Z seam is clean but pronounced. Let me show you a better view of this. Come on, where's the mouse? There it is. So you can see this here is a heat problem. That also might be because you can see how thin that first layer is, how it looks like it wasn't enough squish. I forgot to adjust the offset for 0.2 millimeters. I used a 0.1 millimeter profile, but did not change the offset, and that's my fault. I should have changed the first layer height to 50% or 40% since I was doubling the initial layer height. So most likely this part was wiggling around while it was printing, and that's why you can see the infill's a little sloppy there. And it's because I had bad adhesion to the bed, so that's my fault. Now this, you can see there's some heat damage here. See how it doesn't look great there? Now, I don't know if that is cooling or if that is because the part was wiggling around. So I will have to test that with a reprint. Because you see, as it gets up here, it cleans up. Looks real nice. But that Z seam is pretty pronounced. It's relatively smooth. Like, I could barely feel it, but it's visually pretty pronounced. And I'd like to try to tube that out if I can. Yeah, it's printing in midair now. It's only got a little bit left, so I'm going to let it finish just so it prints the third piece. And then I'll reslice just for this. But yeah, not bad. I mean, that's up here is pretty clean. This I'll have to test whether it's cooling or part wiggling. I suspect it's cooling because up here is clean. And if it was still wiggling up here, you would see it worse up here. So up here is nice and clean. Although I feel some... No, it feels smooth. Yeah, so I'll have to look into that. I'll have to work on that. But yeah, so this profile is definitely not incredibly tuned for 0.2 millimeters. This is a 0.1 millimeter profile, so I'll have to do some tweaking. Although this is the new 0.5, 0.25 coast and negative restart that I added, which makes it smoother. Like, I could barely feel that Z seam. So this Z seam, I think, is more pronounced because it's an innie and not an outie. Most Z seams are outies. So if you look at this one, let's see, get the angle, there it goes. That Z seam is pushing out. Like, you can feel a bump when you rub your finger over it. That's what I call an outie. While this Z seam is an innie. It does not protrude out. It actually sucks inward. So I will have to work on that. Hi, kitty. Are you having fun, kitty? You want to explore the desk, kitty? There's the kitty. Yeah, yeah. So I might be able to tune that out. Maybe just by adding wipe might do it. So I'll play with that. I'll tweak that. The problem is a lot of those types of settings are print dependent, meaning they change based on what you're printing. Yeah, eventually, well, the problem is I'm using every single USB port on the laptop. So I have the mouse USB here. Then I have camera 1, camera 2, camera 3, and microphone. And then I also have a DisplayPort adapter for the big screen. So I'm using every single port on this machine. I might have to switch to a Bluetooth mouse so that I can clear up one more USB, or put a hub in. The problem is you shouldn't use a hub for cameras. So I might use these 3 ports for the cameras and then plug a hub into the 4th and 5th port. That's just spaghetti. That's the spaghetti from this print that fell off. I'm going to let it go because I want to print the trigger. And there's not much plastic left. It's only going to waste like a gram of plastic, so I don't care. So I'm just going to let it go. So it'll print the trigger. Are you having fun, baby? Huh? There it goes. Now it's gonna print. I gotta watch. The cat likes to eat this, so I gotta keep this stuff away from him. He coughs up hairballs all over the place because he puts crap in his mouth that he shouldn't. Yeah, you see what I mean? See what I mean? He's about to go for it. Yeah, he was about to go for it. He's a good boy. Yes, he is. He's such a good cat. I love our cats. They're such good. Oh, Noel took your bed. Oh, that's gonna be a fight later. Oh, he's so handsome. He is such a good-looking cat. He could be a little bastard sometimes, but he's a good-looking cat. He's a good cat. Yeah, he's looking at the chat now. I can make him look at the chat. Where's the mouth? Here it is. As soon as he turns around, he'll see this and oh, he's like, I'm out of here. He's a good cat. I can probably. Oh, I better push that down a little bit. Increase my squish from that first layer. There we go. There we go. Just push down on the hot end a little bit to make sure that part stays put. And that should do it. It'll stay put now. Hopefully. So there is, yeah, you can see that same problem here. Let me switch over to, actually, I can turn on that view too. So you can see, same problem. See how that first layer was not enough squish? Why would the strain gauge handle that? Strain gauge only gives you your initial start point. Your first layer height is done in the slicer. So I took a profile designed for a first layer height for a 0.1 millimeter layer height, and I just changed the layer height to 0.2. So now it was starting up higher off the bed than it should. Strain gauge doesn't fix that. You have to fix that. Oh, Collins issue. Left side of the bed is higher than the right side. Oh. Okay, something's wrong then. Because the CR6-SE uses a fixed bed. There's no adjustment for the bed. The strain gauge should compensate for that. Did you do your auto level where it does the 12 points or 16 points on the bed? I assume you did that. Oh, look how nice that fits. Now you see, that doesn't look so bad. That actually looks pretty good. Something's wrong then. Make sure the nozzle's clean. That's called sequential printing. We'll get to that in just a moment, Travis. Let's see. Nuts are tight on the bed. Head and Z axis. I tied down more. Weird. Okay, hold on. So let me look at that thing. First of all, you got to check your thing file because sometimes that's the problem. If it doesn't have a flat bottom, paste. Okay, that shouldn't be a problem. Huh. Let's see, what could cause that? Even if the X bar isn't square, It would have to be pretty far out of square for the mesh not to compensate for it. I mean, there's always going to be variations. It's never going to be perfect. So it might be that your first layer is too thin. You might want to try increasing your first layer height in the slicer. I can show you both at the same time, both Colin and Travis. So in Simplified 3D, this is what we call sequential printing. You can see here, it prints the first part, then it goes over and prints the next part, then it goes over and prints the next part. That avoids the intra-part stringing that you get when you keep moving back and forth between parts. And that also means if it fails, the parts that have already been printed are finished, instead of all the parts being partially finished. Now, the problem is you have to make sure there's enough space between the models so that when the head comes back down, it doesn't crash into the existing part. That also means, for example, this here works because the parts are short. If these parts were tall, I could not do this because the X arm would crash into this part when it came down. So you have to be aware of that. But the way you do that is you create multiple processes. So this process is only for that file. This process is only for this file over here. And this process is only for this file over here. So each of these processes, and they can have completely different settings for each file. When I go to prepare to print, I select all to print all three, or I can just print one. And then I tell it I want continuous, where it's going to print them all at the same time, or if I want sequential, and how high I'm willing to go. So for example, I can tell it to print two parts side by side and say do 50 millimeters at a time. So print 50 millimeters of this one, then print 50 millimeters of this one, then print another 50 millimeters of this one, then print another 50 millimeters of this one. You can do that. But I prefer whole part sequential printing like this. Now, for Colin, you can tell if the strain gauge works because the light for the end stop will turn on first. The head will slow down, and then the head will actually touch the bed, and you'll also see a blue light turn on inside the head. So it's probably working if he's getting a print at all. Now, one thing you can check is this here. First layer height. Raise up your first layer height to give yourself a little bit more room. It'll be a thicker first layer because you're telling it to print a taller first layer. So raise that up to like 75% and see if you can find a balance. How far off is it left to right? Are we talking about a tiny bit? Or are we talking about, ramming into the bed on one side and away from the bed on the other side? Are we talking about the kind of thing where your bed's like not level? Or are we talking about, oh, if I can only tweak that wheel a tiny bit, it'd be perfect? How far off is it? Because there is a tolerance. There is a tolerance in that strain gauge. It's not like any ABL system. It's not perfect. Left side won't lay down plastic. So the nozzle's too high. Now, the other problem is that the granularity. Okay, so it's crashing into the bed. Okay, so it's stuffing the nozzle. It's crashing into the bed. Okay. Now when you take your Z offset and you raise it a tiny bit on the screen, does the right side then stop laying plastic because it's too far away? Like, can you find a middle ground? Okay. That's weird. Have you tried popping the glass plate off and looking at it on edge to see if there's a warp in that glass plate? Check for that. You could have a subtle warp in the plate. An easy way to test for that, I do not have one handy, but basically take a metal straight edge ruler, put the ruler on edge on the bed, and you'll be able to see if light comes through underneath where it's warped. So just put that on the bed and start turning it around different directions and see if you can detect where a warp is, see how bad it is. If it's a tiny warp, it shouldn't be a big deal. But if you have a spot warp, like where that one part is it the whole left side or just that one area? Like, does the back one print okay, but the front one doesn't? No, I don't add springs. You don't want to do that because remember, you can't adjust the bed. If you attempt to adjust the bed, it'll just undo your adjustment the next time it homes the nozzle. Entire left side. Ooh. See, this is the part where I'm not as experienced because I don't know a lot about auto bed leveling. So the question is, why would it get bad information on the left but good information on the right? I can tell you how to trick it. I can tell you how to cheat. But it's not a true fix. So in the meantime, I can tell you how to fool it. So in the meantime, take 2 layers of masking tape and put 2 layers of masking tape on the left side. Find out where, do your auto bed, your auto level, and you'll see where on the bed it does that. Let me switch back to this view. Okay, here we go. So when you're doing your automatic bed leveling and it does the points, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, find out what line those points are on the left side. I doubt that. But put 2 layers of masking tape on the left hand side where the probes touch. Okay, just 2 layers of masking tape. Redo your automatic mesh bed leveling, then take the masking tape off. You've just artificially raised the bed on the left side. You've basically trimmed the bed on the left side. Now that means you should still be able to home in the center, no problem, but you can't do another auto bed leveling unless you add that tape back. That's a temporary fix that should work to get you going. Try 1 layer of tape first. Depends on how far it's pushing it. Is it pushing into the bed enough where it's marking the bed? Or is it just touching enough that it can't push out filament? Because 1 layer of tape might be enough, but probably 2. Now, as for how to actually fix it, I don't know. Why would it be correct on one side but not the other? Normally I would say there's resistance somewhere, but that shouldn't affect it because it's a strain gauge. What do you mean it pushes more on the right side? That doesn't make sense either. If it's digging into the bed on the left side, it's pushing too hard on the left. Explain that to me. That might be important. What do you mean it pushes more on the right side during the auto level process? No, he said it's pushing into the bed. That it's jamming the nozzle into the bed. The strain gauge taps the right side. It keeps going when doing auto leveling, not on the left. Oh, well, that's going to cause the mesh to be tilted. So you mean on the right-hand side, when it touches the bed, it keeps going? It tries to push into the bed? It should tap. It should be like just a barely tap. It's like tap, tap. Okay, that would be something wrong with the strain gauge then. I think. Is the end stop sensor triggering? Yeah, because it's pushing harder on the right, it's tilting the mesh. He said he tightened up all the bolts. Well, what's happening is, okay, because it's pushing down harder on the right, it thinks the right is lower than it actually is, so the mesh is being tilted. Okay, so it just taps on the left, which means it's working correctly on the left. Weird. Why would it work on the left but not the right? It shouldn't matter. Oh, that's weird. It shouldn't matter. The touch is very light. You'd be amazed how softly it touches. It's extremely sensitive. Make sure it's in focus. Having that kind of video in focus is hard. Now, I would be paying attention to this. See if, oh, you can't see what I'm pointing at. So I would make sure I'm paying attention to the end stop sensor that's on the left hand side here. Is it activating the end stop sensor? And yes, Travis makes a good point too. Does your bed rock on the wheels? I would think it doesn't. If you knew to tighten up the nuts, you probably knew well enough. But yeah, that's weird. It should not be doing that. Huh. You can't even adjust the end stop height. Start off by checking your square. So the way you do that is you take a ruler and your x-axis and you measure the distance from the x-axis down to the bed on both the right and the left. See if that's different. If it's different, you need to adjust that. So you may need to manually turn the z-axis stepper couplers until your left and your right match. And if the belt resists, you'll have to adjust the belt. You'll have to make it jump a tooth. In a little bit, I'm getting a little, I can hear that little graveliness in my voice, but I also have to blow my nose. But make sure you have the same altitude left and right between the X and the bed. And then the way you can do that is there's grub screws that hold those two pulleys onto the belt. So loosen the grub screw so the one pulley turns freely, and then you can adjust them independently. Make your x-axis level, and then retighten the grub screws. That should fix that, because I have left mine in place and it's been working fine. So start there. Balance your x-axis. Make sure it's level. If it's not level. Yeah, that's the weird thing, though. It taps properly on the left, but not the right. That's just so weird. No problem. Hopefully we can figure it out. Be sure to hit up the groups, too, because there's people more familiar with the ABL system. And then also check that left, on the left side, check that that end stop. Make sure it's actually activating. And then also you might want to take off. You might want to remove the housing around the hot end so you can see more clearly what it's doing. And then make sure that blue light is turning on. That blue light should turn on every time it touches the bed. If it's not turning on the right-hand side, that's why it's pushing into the bed. It's not activating for some reason. So you need to figure out what the hell is wrong with my voice. That's weird. The blue light does come on when it's pushing into the bed. Weird. So it's activating, so why isn't it stopping? I'm pretty sure I got COVID back in January. It's unlikely that I have it again, because what's the probability of me encountering the second strain? And also, we pretty much stay home all the time. We don't go out. But what else? Bed tight, wheels tight. Make sure the end stop is activating. Blue light is turning on. You confirm that. um, what else? I can't think of anything else offhand. And make sure your gantry is level. Everything else is self-aligning, so that shouldn't be a problem. Make sure your frame is tight. So the 4 bolts in the middle on the bottom and the 4 bolts on the left and the 4 bolts on the right, make sure they're tight. Because if your frame is twisting, that'll twist everything else. That still doesn't explain. It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter if the frame is twisted, if the X gantry is level. If the light's turning on, the strain gauge is activating, and it should create a correct mesh. I can't think of as a inexperienced automatic leveling user, I can't think of a reason why the strain gauge would activate but not stop. Why would it keep pushing? Even though if the light's turning on, that means it knows it touched. So why would it keep pushing after it knows it touched? Unless it actually does have to touch with a certain amount of force. Unless there is a minimum newtons that it has to experience for it to activate. I know that amount's pretty low because I've touched the nozzle while it was coming down and it triggered. Nylon. If you want to print gears, you need to use nylon. Oh, the hole in the center strips out? Well, you just need to make the hole stronger. You just need to make whatever your mating contact point is needs to be stronger. Yeah, it's very sensitive. That's why I dismissed that. But the problem is the force causes the signal. It's not a separate circuit for signal and force. The light is a result of the force. That's really weird. Yeah, that's not a bad thing to try. Reseat all the connections. You know, there's a daughter board underneath here that has all the connections for everything there. Unplug and replug in everything. Make sure all the little clips in the JST plugs are solid. You know, it can't hurt. I don't think that's it, but it can't hurt. I don't know, dude. That's weird. Well, it's not going to have grooves because it's not moving while it's testing force. It's just a straight up down. So it's not going to groove when it does that. And the result is that the for some reason the mesh is resulting in the right side being correct and the left side being, well, he's probably using the offset to get the right side to be correct, which ends up making the left side too close. He's probably getting correct measurements on the left. Yeah, what I would do in that case, you know how we have the little um you know how we have the little gear drive on the end of the stepper motors? I'd put one of those on your motor and then something like that, you know, something with teeth, and then make the hole in your part the size of those teeth. You need a bigger contact patch. Grub screw may or may not work. If the motor has a flat face, that might work. The best solution would be to pin it. So if the motor, if you have the ability to drill a hole through the shaft, and then have a hole in your 3D print, have a pin go through the 3D print and through the shaft, that would transfer the torque. else could you do? You could try taking a Dremel and cutting little notches and grooves into the shaft, and then make it a tight fit so you have more teeth grabbing on the inside of that. But it might just shred eventually anyway. Yeah, that's weird, Colin. I don't know why that would do that. The problem is it a... The problem is figuring out where the problem is. What's causing it not to stop on the right? Why does it keep pushing? I don't know why. And the flat face would allow you to drill it. That would make it a lot easier to drill. See, that's the only problem. That's the reason I don't like ABL too much. It's the only reason is that how do you fix it when it fails? When it doesn't work the way it's supposed to, how do you diagnose it? I just don't know how to do that. Very, very annoying. He's going to check that as well. I think the connections are okay. Because the light comes on. Well, we know where the weirdness is coming from. That's the Quest 2 you guys helped me buy. Last week, you guys donated money into... You said you wanted me to get one of these, so I did. We got one. This is the Oculus Quest 2. Yes, it's actually... talk about the VR thing. First of all, the field of view is fantastic. It's almost complete. It's actually a substantial field of view. Well, the only thing I've done is Beat Saber. I bought it for exercise. It actually works. 30 minutes in Beat Saber, and I'm actually sweating. It's actually pretty good. Hopefully orange. There's only one reason to buy one of those. What's that, auto drop? Yeah, it does. Well, it's because they have to be careful with the way they word it. Because they can't call it lightsaber. We used VHS for marketing. That's all. It got better market share. And it just became established, even though beta was technically superior. I bought it because it was $400. It's cheap. Good quality fans. You can buy them on Amazon. That's from All Thumbs Tom. Just make sure they are dual ball bearing. You want to make sure it specifically says dual ball bearing. It wasn't adopted by a particular industry. A particular industry is attempting to co-op it. A little different there. Facebook is attempting to co-op Oculus and to force attachment to Facebook. I don't agree with that. To me, that's bad news. Actually, if you want a good channel to watch, let me get you a really good channel to watch. She does mixed reality VR, and her videos are fantastic. Oh yeah. Well, they do say the porn industry does lead a lot of the technological markets. Like, hey, cell phone screens, okay? Cell phone screens, porn adoption. Oh wow, I'm using easy. There's a couple of songs where I cannot fail at normal, but most of them I'm not there yet. What I'm partially figuring out is that there's a rhythm, and you have to learn the rhythm, and you have to match your body motions to the rhythm. If you can match your body motions to the rhythm, your hands are in the right place for the next swipe. It's learning that's tough. I had to turn off obstacles because I can't bend down low enough to get underneath the obstacles. So, yes, I do, all thumbs Tom. The way that works is if you click on one of my links for the next 24 hours or until you click on someone else's link, I'll get credit for whatever you get. Now, if the item is already in your cart, I don't get credit for it. So it's only things you add to your cart after you click on my link. I think that'd be pretty cool if we could figure it out. I mean, there'd be addiction problems for sure, but that'd be amazing. That's the only way I'm ever going to beat a 12-year-old at Call of Duty. Any kind of, shooter game. I've never actually played Call of Duty, but I've played plenty of first-person shooters. Let me tell you, nothing's more annoying than playing your fucking, 8-year-old kid, and he just looks over at your half of the screen in GoldenEye and goes, "Oh, okay," and comes over and kills you before you can even find a goddamn gun. Oh my god. They have a zombie game in VR now. What's it? I just saw there was one advertisement I saw. There is a zombie game there. But and also the first of all, the motion capture is impressive. For example, it is accurate enough that it well, first of all, it knows where my fingers are because it's there's touch sensors. It can sense when I touch these buttons. So that's how it knows where my fingers are. But it can detect the orientation and spatial position of these things. It can detect the orientation and spatial relationship of these things accurately enough that I can do this in the game, and that's what I'm actually doing in real life. Yes, it does. If you put these away, it does have hand tracking. Yes. It knows where these things are well enough that I can do this, and I actually touch in VR and in real life at the same time, and accurately. That blew me away. That kind of spatial tracking is pretty freaking impressive. And I still have problems sometimes where I'll swipe at a target and miss it because I misjudged how far away it was. um, the because when the objects are coming directly at me, when the what do you call them, the cubes, when the cubes are coming directly at me, it's pretty good. I can judge that very well and I can nail them every time. But the but when the cubes are out to the sides, the spatial depth cues don't help me, and so I either swipe before or I swipe too late because I can't tell how far away it is. Why not? This is what comes with it. The Now here's the crazy part. As you know, I have an issue with ladders, with any kind of small platform, because I don't have the greatest balance. I'm a very high center of gravity person. You know, I'm 450 pounds. So, oh, yeah, now it's in-out tracking. It's pretty incredible. I also like the fact that I can double tap the side of the goggles and go to a real view of the world. It has saved me from stepping on the cat a couple times. But um well, the porn industry drives innovation, and that's actually quite true. The one of the problems I have is that my legs get extremely tired extremely fast when playing Beat Saber. And that's because in the VR environment in Beat Saber, you're standing on a platform with a chasm around you. And the problem with that is that it's convincing enough to trick my subliminal brain that I'm standing on a platform. And so I think I'm going to be unstable and fall. And so I tense up my leg muscles. Because when I'm on a ladder, it's one of the reasons I can't be on a ladder. It's not because I can't go up the ladder. It's because, you know, 1 or 2 times up the ladder, I am so tired, I'm wiped out. It's because my leg muscles go into like warp drive, overdrive, trying to keep me balanced. And so when I'm on that platform in Beat Saber, it's convincing enough that my leg muscles start going into overdrive again. So I get done a session, and it's like, you know, my arms are a little worked up, but my legs, holy shit, I gotta sit down for a bit. Yeah, it was surprisingly convincing. Now that effect is diminishing, so maybe my brain's getting used to it. I've actually had a problem where I almost fell over a couple times because my leg muscles are trying to balance me, but I'm not unbalanced. Like, I know I'm standing on the flat ground, but because my visual cortex is sending impulses to my legs that say, hey, you know, you're on a platform, make sure you stay balanced. You end up with what in fighter pilot parlance we called Dutch roll. You end up with overcorrection when the corrections you give are out of sync with the corrections you need to give, and you get pilot error amplification of their maneuvers. Well, the same thing happened in VR. You know, my legs kept trying to correct for something that's not there. And so there's a couple times where I'd end up a little bit too far over and the legs would overcorrect. Yeah, exactly. You have to stand out wide because then your legs don't have to work as hard. And it also your brain realizes, okay, this platform is wider because my legs are wider, so it's not a little tiny platform. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen people jump into their TV. I don't have that kind of a problem. This is not a problem with my balance being screwed up. You know, I'm perfectly fine. You know, I don't get queasy. I don't get sick. You know, the VR, the latency is good enough that the motion tracking doesn't bother me. It's subconsciously I know I have to be careful with my balance on a ladder, and visually the Beat Saber feels like I'm standing on a ladder leg. And so my leg muscles just tense up just in case. I'm always tensed up on a ladder just in case I don't tip over. And so that just tires me out really quick. Tires my legs out really quick. And, but beyond that, although I found out I can override that environment now. I can change it to a different environment that doesn't have that platform type setup. I just got to figure out how to, yeah, even after the second day, the effect was lessened. It wasn't as bad. All right, there's the trigger. Come here. Let it go. Are you going to finish and let go? It doesn't want to let go. No. Let's see here. Get that off. Get the bed back on. That's not even close. Okay. Let's reslice that one part. The I'm trying to get, now that I realize what it is, I gotta get a Windows 10 machine here. Because the goddamn ADB drivers won't work. Is that how that goes? Looks like it. There we go. There's the trigger. There's the receiver. There's the first part. And I just need one more part. And I will be ready to go with the laser pistol. Where's that at? Right here. So there's the trigger assembly installed. There's the muzzle collar. I just need the muzzle itself. And then I'm gonna resin print the pin that goes here and the lights that go here. I'm gonna resin print those. No, it's because the bed wasn't pulled forward. For some reason, it was locked in the back position. It didn't release the stepper motor for some reason. So let's slice just this part. Let's make my first layer 40%. Let's go 30%. And let's add a brim. 0, 2 layers, 12 wide. No, I won't do them all. Just want to do the one. There we go. Trigger. It's fine. You can't. It's built into their code, I think. So it's something I have to correct in their code. Although, no, wait, this doesn't have my end script, so I probably can make it come forward with the end script. So, I'm trying to get this side quest going so I can get more songs, because I really don't like most of the songs that come with it. There's only a couple that I actually enjoy. And, most of them are eh. Just not to my tastes. Yeah, I noticed that. You know, it costs more. They're expensive. They're very expensive. No, I have not upgraded the firmware in this. This machine has been printing nonstop since we built it. No, it's not licensing fees. It's bullshit. They're profiting because I can buy the MP3 for $1. So why does a song in Beat Saber cost $2 or $3? You know, it's just profit. For that price, I should get streaming rights. Meaning I should be able to monetize that video on YouTube of me playing Beat Saber for that price. I'd pay that if I got that right. You know, if they wanted to charge $2 or $3 a song, but I got the right to stream it on YouTube, I'd pay that. But otherwise, you're not really getting anything for what they're charging. You could buy them individually, or you could buy packs. Packs are like $15. Individual songs are like $2. At least that's what it looked like when I was doing it on here. Yeah, if it was $2 for a pack of songs, I would just buy it. They also set it up so that you can hey, they have a paintball game for free. Oh, that's a destination in something called Rec Room. Well, the problem is, regardless of the price, I'm not interested in the songs they have available. You know. Yeah, I just realized that it was for the free game Rec Room. Yeah, that's what I heard. I'm hoping to get Michelle into this as well, because I'm hoping that we'll both get into this for exercise. It'll be good for us. Well, in another month, I can sell a couple things for that I got on the program. So I'm hoping maybe I'll get enough to maybe get another one of these, and so we can both play together at the same time. 'Cause I think it'll be more fun for her if it's interactive. I don't know, but I'm gonna have her try it tonight, and I'm hoping she's gonna like it. I don't know if she's gonna be able to do it. I don't know how well it's gonna work. Yeah, but I'm not paying $30. I already spent $30 on Beat Saber, and worse, you have to buy it twice if you want the PC version. Yeah, it does take a pretty decent amount of space. I had to clear off a pretty big floor area in my room. Thankfully, it's just big enough. Give me a second. I want to make sure it starts right. Why did it do that? There it goes. I corrected the layer height this time. Wow, oh, it's because of your 8 foot. I want to be careful pirating games. One of the consequences of being linked to Facebook is that I don't know how much they can see. Yeah, the Vader Immortal, I've heard a lot of people say that's very good. I wish I'd have gotten it sooner because they had that on sale for $20 for the 3 volumes or whatever. Yeah, I figure they can see pretty much everything, and I don't want to take a chance of them. Well, I'd get my money back because I would dispute the charge on the credit card. I mean, you can't take my hardware away from me just because you disconnect my service. Yeah, it was, but I didn't have this yet, so I didn't bite the bullet on it. Probably should have, but it'll come up again. It's not like I'm desperate for games to play. I don't play too many games. For me, Beat Saber is more about pleasurable exercise. But I don't mind side loading and modding content because there's no legality issue there. There's no morality issue. But pirating, that's a different story. I'm not a fan of piracy. You know, someone did make that game and someone put effort into it, and they should be rewarded for that. Oh, I don't have any doubt that that'll eventually happen. But who cares? I mean, seriously, Facebook, Google, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, they all have so much information on you. It's ridiculous. I'm not worried about that. Exactly. I have downloaded pirated software because I want to see what it is. But if it's something I use, I pay for it. Well, if you have a Facebook account already, they know who you are. Well, that just means I don't buy the game. That's all. I don't have any right to the game just because I can't afford it. I have no intrinsic right to that which I don't own. I believe prices of necessities should be equitable. Water, electricity, communications, gasoline, food, basic clothing. But everything else, if you can't pay the price, then you don't get it. What's the social dilemma? Is that a movie or TV show, or is that a thought problem? Okay, I'll have to watch it. Well, the one exception I have to that is media. Like for example, TV shows, I have no problem pirating. Music, I have no problem pirating because that stuff's available for free already. I'm just changing how I get it for free. You know, why is it any different if I get it free on 98.1 FM or, you know, 102.1.1.1? You know, what's the difference? Which frequency I get it on? Movies, on the other hand, if I watch a movie, I buy it because you don't typically get movies for free. I don't even call that piracy. You can't buy those ROMs anymore. That's actually a myth a lot of people believe in. They believe radios have to pay, and they don't. Uh, Radio stations can use music for free. They say, well, this station doesn't. Well, that's because it's a contractual policy issue. That's not a legal issue. And that's because we dismantled all the um, anti-monopoly laws in this country. So now all the media is owned by a couple of companies, literally. There's like 4 CEOs who own 99% of everything you see, watch, listen to, or read. It's pretty scary, actually. But even still, if I down, hey, you can call it whatever you want. I don't care. It's what I do, and then nothing you say is going to change it. If I download music and I realize I'm regularly listening to that music, I go on Amazon and I buy the CD. It's that simple. I mean, to me, it's the right thing to do. Just like if I hear it on the radio enough and I decide I like it, I go buy the CD. So if I hear it on the internet radio enough and I like it, I go buy the CD. People say, but you're copying it. I was like, you do realize it's perfectly legal for you to record music off the radio into a mixtape. And that is perfectly legal. It's also perfectly legal for you to share those mixtapes with friends and family. So how is that any different than downloading MP3s off the internet? It's not. You're just changing the medium. That's all. Well, yes and no. You do not have to sell something to be infringing on somebody's intellectual property. So, for example, if I buy an STL for something and I give you a copy of that STL for free, I am still immorally violating their intellectual property, even though I'm not taking any money. So money is not the issue. Money just makes it more egregious. It makes it a worse offense if you take money for it. But it doesn't matter if you profit. Profiting, okay, if I pirate something and share it with you for free, I'm still breaking the law. I'm still doing something wrong. I'm still doing something immoral. Profit's irrelevant. The only thing profit does is change the severity of the wrong you've committed. So it's like the difference between jaywalking across your street. You know, when the crosswalk is 20 feet that way versus running across a highway. It's the same offense, but one is more severe. Sharing something I'm not supposed to share with you is wrong. Sharing it to you for a profit just makes it more wrong. It doesn't decide whether it is or isn't wrong. It just makes it more wrong. It makes the offense more egregious. You don't have to sell it to be in violation. Now, whether or not you agree with those laws, that's a totally different subject. A lot of people think, well, I'm not making any money, so it's okay. No, that's not how it works. Now, what's sad is when I have to pirate software just to get what I paid for. like the program is so broken because of the DRM that I have to pirate it to get around the DRM so I can use what I paid for. That's when it really sucks. Oh man, Command and Conquer was very creative. Um, with their DRM. It was very mild DRM. I don't remember. It was a game that wouldn't install properly because the DRM kept triggering. And so I ended up having to download a pirated version of the goddamn game I just paid $60 for. I think that was back in the day when the companies were installing malware on your computer. And if they found your computer had other software on it that they didn't like, the game wouldn't run. Yeah, it was that kind of bullshit, I think. But to me, that was a violation of the Computer Access Act. I mean, that's illegal. You're not allowed to access my computer without permission. And don't give me this, click wrap thing about your installation in terms of service. It's bullshit. So Command and Conquer had this. Command and Conquer's DRM is very simple. It's just a code, that was on the box, and you'd enter that code. It wasn't invasive. It didn't get in your face. And well, if the software detected that it was a pirated copy, it would randomly blow up your base. So you could be 30 seconds into a game, or you could be a half an hour into a game, and all of a sudden, all your buildings and units just, you've lost. That was fantastic. Because that would be so aggravating. Boy, I can see that pissing people off. Hope you got a game save, buddy. I wonder if it nuked the game save too. Oh, that'd be hilarious. Oh, really? That's interesting. Now you see, that's all fun and games until it happens to your legal copy. Then it's not so fun anymore. Then it's not so fun at all. Well, I came up with an idea. I want you guys to think about it. Let me know what you think of it. Um, See you later, Super Troyoffs. I don't know how to say that. Super Troy, that's your name now. You have a great day. Thanks for joining in. We're gonna be quitting soon anyway, because I gotta call up Leonard about the dice box thing. Yeah. Oh, Ravik has that problem all the time on servers. He's so good. This kid is so freaking good. He's like a god. And he gets accused of hacking and cheating all the time because people just can't comprehend the fact that they suck. And this other guy's that good. They just can't accept that. Their brain can't wrap around the fact that, yeah, you suck. That's what the problem is. Super Troy of SSF. What's SSF? Super Street Fighter. Cool. Um, so the idea I got, you guys let me know what you think of this. Um, is that when I get past the 6 month point where I'm allowed to dispose of stuff for a profit, I'm thinking do a I don't know, do a prize raffle kind of thing. Take something I got off of that program and say, okay, this, and it's $1 an entry, and you pay for more than one entry if you want, and do it like a raffle off kind of thing. I pull a name, and whoever's name I pull, they get it. And I haven't figured out whether I will do it so that you pay the shipping, or we just have a minimum where it has to hit a minimum and then I cover the shipping. And probably small fry enough for that not to be an issue. Well, it wouldn't be a shipping nightmare. Oh, really? Well, then I have to do something besides a raffle. Or look up what the legal definition of a raffle is. You know, but shipping wouldn't be an issue because I would just only do it as quickly as I can handle it. You know, don't do 20 items because then I have to ship 20 items. Yeah, drawing something, you know. Well, technically it's by the legal definition. Even if you call it something else, the law can say, well, no, we define what you did as this. So I do have to look into that, but it shouldn't be an issue. For something like what I'm doing, I doubt that's going to be an issue. But, you know, maybe try that. People can pitch in to that, and then we pull a name and you get it. That would solve the moral quandary of it would solve the moral quandary of you know, trying to sell the stuff that I get on the site. Because then, you know, I just say, okay, this is the item of the week, and anybody who wants it pitches in, and whoever gets their name pulled gets it. Do you guys think that's a good idea? Is that something you'd participate in? I don't know. I've never done anything like that before, so I don't know what the interest would be. You know, if 5 people went in, well, that's not very interesting. I got to make some money. I don't know, probably a few of them. I mean, I have more than I need. That's for certain. Well, it depends on what the law says. Because remember, it doesn't matter what you think, it matters what the judge thinks. But yeah. These things truly are marvels of technology. I mean, the fact that I can buy this for 35 to 45 bucks. Oh, I know, I know. Well, in the basic concept of it, but this is an 8-watt dual channel ham radio, and they sell these for nothing, essentially nothing. I mean, the battery pack for my original 2-meter 1-watt handy talkie was more than this whole entire radio cost. Yeah, they actually had to pass a law. Is actually true or not? They actually had to pass a law in Canada to say that, you know, a person saying sorry is not an admission of guilt. Ah, I see. Hey, Robbie Mack and Red Light. You guys doing good today? You having fun? Yeah, I got this little LED tree, little light up tree off the program. And I'm having trouble keeping the cats from tearing it apart. They keep digging at it. They're pulling all the leaves off of it and crap. It's like, leave it alone. Hey, I saw something else here today too. I saw a Alaska license plate. No, you can actually mail in an entry. You have to pay for a stamp and an envelope and paper, but you can mail in an entry and they actually will count that entry. That's in order to avoid that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm getting ready to dig out the Christmas tree. I still want to try to find a real Christmas tree if I can find one that doesn't cost 70 freaking dollars because I'm not paying $70 for a goddamn tree. But hang on. Clearing out my notifications. Um the I saw an Alaska license plate here and in Pennsylvania at Wawa, right around the corner from my house. Take a guess what I saw. I had to go back and hunt the guy down to get a picture of it because it was so amazing. I saw a Hawaii license plate. White plate with a rainbow. Yeah, a Hawaii license plate. So he paid to ship that car over here, or he played some trickery with the DMV. Yes, well, it's a full tree. I just don't use all the branches, so it's half. But if I get a real tree, it'll be a whole tree. But so I've now seen the two non-continental license plates. I've seen a Hawaii license plate and an Alaska license plate. I thought that was cool. Where is it? There it is. There it is, Alaska. Nice. That's what he probably did. He probably registered the car that he got here in the U.S. in Hawaii so he can have Hawaiian plates on it. I just think that's freaking cool. And it wasn't a nice car either. It was a little beater, like a Civic or a Hyundai or something like that. It was a small older car, early '90s or something like that. I'm guessing he was exploring the U.S. Oh, really? That's kind of cool. Probably not the best idea because that's going to get a lot of curious cops going, "What? Hawaii plates? Let me run that just for curiosity." So probably not a good idea. I had to buy a new damn tape measure because the tape measure I have doesn't have fucking millimeters on it. So the dollar store had a 16-foot tape measure that has millimeters. Nice. Yeah, maybe. See, I think plate readers should be illegal. If you scan the plate without probable cause, you are conducting a search. I mean, people say, well, license plates belong to the state. No, license plates belong to the state, which means they belong to the people. And also, okay, the way I describe this, is it legal for a cop to walk up to you and say, tell me the contents of your house? Where's your warrant? And any court would uphold that. So, the state passes a law that says every homeowner is required to post a billboard outside their house listing the contents of their house. And now the cop just comes up and reads your in plain sight, publicly visible billboard that has the contents of your house. Would that be okay? I think any decent human being is going to say absolutely not. So the state passes a law requiring you to put a license plate on your car and requiring you to give up all of your information attached to that plate. And now claims that because it's publicly visible, it's okay for them to scan your plate without probable cause. You see the problem? It's the exact same thing. It's no different than the state requiring you to put up a billboard outside your house with the contents of everything in it, so the cop doesn't need a warrant. Okay? It's still a search. It's an unlawful search. Running a plate without probable cause is an unlawful search. Well, the problem with traffic cameras is threefold, really. One, it captures innocent offenses, people who simply make mistakes. No, it's not. If you point the camera into a house, that's legal if the curtains are open. You can always close your curtains. As long as you're on a public conveyance, it's legal. Now, where you might get tricky is if you got a 500 millimeter lens and you're zooming into the house. That's a little different. But technically, in most places, I don't think that's illegal. But the point is, the traffic camera issue. Number one, you're catching innocent offenses that, number one, don't hurt anybody and are innocent mistakes. Someone rolls a stop sign, doesn't stop for quite long enough. If you're standing on their property, yes. It's illegal. But if you're standing on a public conveyance, it's not. Sidewalk, street, you know. The second problem with traffic cameras is that you have no right to face your accuser. So the Constitution guarantees you the right to face your accuser. Well, when the cop gets on the stand and says, you know, I looked at the camera footage, objection, hearsay, the cop wasn't there. He didn't see it. He's a third party. The only thing that was there was a camera. So you're being fined and sentenced by a machine. I actually fought and won against a red light ticket because I had a dash cam. And the dash cam showed the light green and showed the flash of the traffic camera going off, taking a picture of me. And then that's why now the red light cameras have to show you a picture of your car and the light, and it has to show it to you while the light is still red or green and while the light is still red, so that they can show that the car actually did pass through the intersection when it was red. The third problem with traffic cameras and red light cameras is there's now a profit motive. So cities began making intersections more dangerous by shortening the yellow light time to increase the number of tickets they get and increase their revenue. And those yellow light times are based on physics and science, not your revenue. So a lot of people, you see this all the time, stupid people on the internet. Yellow doesn't mean go. Yes, it does. Yellow does not mean stop. Yellow also does not mean go. Yellow means caution. The light's about to change to red. Okay? If you're far enough back to stop, you stop. If you're close enough where stopping could be an issue, you keep going. That's what a yellow light means. And the purpose of the timing of the yellow light is to give you time to be able to make and execute that decision before the light turns red. That's the point of the yellow light. So when they shortened the yellow light, they made the intersections more dangerous for profit. Well, what some states have started doing is that to get around the objection hearsay, because there's nobody there to see you commit the offense, what they've done is they've started turning, they did this in New Jersey, they started turning them into statutory offenses, meaning they were like a parking ticket. They went to the registered owner of the vehicle regardless of who was actually driving, which is also bullshit. It's just for money. To give you an idea of how useless our police service is for actually keeping society safe, do you know what the clearance rate for serious crimes is for police nationwide? Meaning, how much of these serious crimes do they actually solve? 2 to 11%. Yeah, you look up the FBI stats, it's going to say like property crimes, 38% solve rate. That's actually not true, because it says 38% solve rate defined as an arrest was made. Not a conviction, an arrest. When you actually look at convictions, actually solving the crime, it's 2 to 11%. Red and green, I think, make yellow. I think you are talking about red and green paint, which makes brown. Blue is a reserved color, so that's why they wouldn't use blue. Yellow is a internationally recognized caution color. Red is a recognized danger color. Green is a recognized safe color. That's why. So people say, well, wait a minute. If the serious crime solve rate of police is 2 to 11%, what's the point of police? Well, I'll tell you. It's what I call the police. I call the police the SRS, because that's what they are. They're the State Revenue Service. The objective of the police is to fleece you of as much money as they possibly can. How do you know this? How many traffic stops are there a year? Let me give you a tip. There are over 50,000 traffic stops per day. There are over 20 million traffic stops per year just in the US. That's the purpose of police, to fleece you for as much ticket money as they can. It's so bad, we have entire cities where the city budget revolves around the police acquiring a certain amount of income from ticket revenue every year. Yeah, blue is too bright. And that's the weird thing. Being a police officer isn't even dangerous. Unless you're in, like, Detroit or something like that, or LA. Being a police officer isn't even dangerous. I mean, about 50 police officers are killed by homicide a year. There's 20 million traffic stops. And only about 45 to 55 die a year from homicide. When you consider the fact that your job is to go after people who want to hurt you, that's a pretty good rate. I mean, more pizza delivery drivers die per year than cops. And we're not allowed to carry a gun. No, they need to reduce property taxes. Property taxes, as far as I'm concerned, property taxes are unconstitutional. They're immoral. They're a head tax. You're taking people's homes for taxation. Here's a tip. Stop spending so much fucking money. Spend money where you're supposed to spend it. Police, fire, public resources, parks, streets. That's where you're supposed to spend the tax money. Exactly. Of course, when people balk about taxes, the first thing they want to do is cut the services for which the city is supposed to exist for. Let's not worry about the billions they spend on other shit. I mean, how much does New York City spend in lawsuits? In 2018, New York City paid out $237 million in lawsuits for their police officers. Well, how about you make the police officers more accountable and responsible for their actions and save $237 million a year? Oh my God. And that's how much they pay out, even with all the protections they have. With their qualified immunity and their license to kill with almost total impunity. And even with all that, they're still paying out let's see here. Oh, in 2017, they paid out $338 million. Oh my God. Well, there's a lot of people in New York City, and there's a lot of tax collecting going on in New York City. You ever see what it costs to go into New York City? It's like $20 each way just for the bridges. Holy shit. Caliber Manx, that is an absolutely worthless solution that won't solve a single goddamn problem. Hang on. So, let me explain this to you. Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House, that just happens to be a figurehead I picked. She makes $225,000 a year as Speaker of the House, not counting all the perks and bonuses she gets. $225,000. You think, oh, we're paying her too much. Do you think Nancy Pelosi gives one flying fuck about $225,000? Her net worth is $257 million 2 years ago. How does a person who makes $225,000 get a net worth of $257 million? It's not from their pay, that's for sure. I mean, think about that. No. I'm not being biased for or against Pelosi. You could do the same thing for what's the other guy's name? Mnuchin? What's the Republican head of the Senate? Okay, it's the same thing. The point is, Congress critters don't care if you make their pay $750 an hour or $750 an hour or $7,500 an hour, because their pay is meaningless compared to what they're getting by other means. They don't care about the pay. Think about it. She gets $225,000. See, term limits are bad. Term limits are so, oh God, term limits are such a bad idea. Why? I you know, when the system is telling you to do something, your first thought should be, wait a minute. Why is the system telling me to do this? Okay? Because the bad people want term limits, not the good people. The bad people are convincing the good people they want term limits. Term limits is the idea that a person can only serve in Congress for a fixed amount of time and then they have to get out. Like presidents have a term limit. It's 8 years. You can serve 2 4-year terms maximum, and that's it. You could never be president again. Congress critters don't have that. As long as we keep voting them back in, they can stay in. The problem is, term limits benefit the bad guys in the situation of a Congress critter. You're missing the point. Okay, let me finish. This will make sense if you actually listen to it. Congress already has term limits. What is it? Is it 2 years or 4 years? I think it's 4 years on a revolving 2-year cycle. So half of Congress every 2 years. So I think it's 4 years. If whatever the number is, I'm going to call it 4 years. I might be wrong on that. I didn't look up what the limit is between elections for Congress critters, but I'm going to assume it's 4 years. Okay? So there's already a term limit for Congress critters. It's 4 years. How do you execute the term limit? You stop voting them into office. Now, why is this important? Let me describe this. Let's say I have 5,000 people running for office, and 4,950 of them are bad people, and 50 of them are good people. All a term limit does is make it impossible for you to keep a good person in Congress. Because when they hit the term limit, they're out. Doesn't matter if they're good, they're out. You say, well, that also means the bad people are out. Yes, but there's 4,950 bad people in the pool, and there's only 50 good people in the pool. So what's your probability that the next person you vote is going to be a bad one? 100%. It's a rare toss of the dice when you get a good person in Congress, because there's so few good and so many bad. When your pool is that divided and divisive, term limits mean you only get bad people in Congress. That no matter how hard you fight to get a good person in Congress, they're only there for 1 term and then they're gone. Now, who benefits from term limits? You say, well, Congress people are profiting. Where did her $257 million come from? Her $257 million, back to Dragus, it's awesome. $257 million comes from being paid by bad people to do things in Congress they want. And the more seniority you have in Congress, the more power you have in Congress. And the more power you have in Congress, the more valuable you are to the people paying to get you to vote the way they want you to vote. So what does term limits do? It means no more seniority. Congress is constantly flowing with new bad people. which means the price tag for buying Congress critters goes down. The bad people want Congress critters so they don't have to pay so much to buy Congress critters. That's why term limits are so bad. Because not only does it make it impossible to keep good people in Congress, but it creates a market force that lowers the price of buying politicians because no one has seniority anymore. So lobbying becomes cheaper. That's why they want term limits. But they have to convince all the sheeple in the country to think it's a good thing. When they don't realize they're shooting themselves in the foot by having term limits. Oh, it's so hard to get people to understand that. Term limits are bad. Okay, it was not a heat issue because this one came out perfect. That's beautiful. It still has that inny seam. Oh, no. No, Robbie Mack. No, you are dead wrong. You are so dead wrong, it's scary. You're not even close, buddy. You're off by several orders of magnitude. We would be in good shape if it was 450 to 50. We would be in fantastic shape if it was 450 to 50. No, it's like 4,500 to 50. It's so much. I would be thrilled with 450 to 50. What is that? That's a 8. That's a 9-to-1 ratio. I'd be thrilled with a 9-to-1 ratio. We're at more like a 900-to-1 ratio. Well, you can't. Yeah, I mean, how did I vote for the last 20 years? I asked my dad. I said, Dad, what are you voting for and why? Because yeah, how do you even find information on these people? There's so much disinformation and garbage out there and so much propaganda out there. Ooh, ooh, that fits nice. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's going to be fun getting that apart again. My laser pistol is just about done. Ha 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 ha! This is from Lost in Space. So I still have to put the little green ones on here. He looks like he updated the model and removed the green ones because it looks like in season 2 it doesn't have the green ones. But I'm going to keep them because it's a detail that I like. It adds more detail to the model. And I still have to print the little pin that goes here. There's like a little thing that goes here. But yeah, that is a phenomenal quality print. I mean, that's just beautiful. We need a truth ray. You go, pew, and now they can't lie. And worse, they have a compulsion to tell the truth. Oh yes, yes. I'm gonna. Well, this one I'm probably going to paint the parts since I already have the parts. But yeah, I'm gonna use some clear resin to print these because I'd like to modify this part if I can. It's a pretty low poly part, so I'm hoping I can put it into Tinkercad without wrecking it. But I'd like to hollow it out in here. I'd like to make it open in here and have an open chamber here so I can put an LED light in here. And have those little the green resin printed bulbs light up. I think that would be awesome. No, I have not done a firmware update on this. This is stock firmware. Boy, this guy never printed this model. The person who designed this, he never actually printed it yet. And these parts fit so well together. I mean, beautiful. He did a beautiful job. I'm really impressed with this. Yeah, tonight I'll paint these just to have a finished model. I have to paint the trigger black, and I have to paint the collar black and the tip silver. Well, he just hasn't gotten around to it. He just posted it, and which is a good idea because other people could print it for you, like me, and show you how nice it is. But yeah, this is awesome. This is great. I am like super, super stoked by this. Pew, 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 pew. Are you kidding me? You tell me what part of that needs to be painted or sanded. That's why I'm so impressed with this printer. This is finished. This does not need any sanding. Look at that. Yeah, that needs no finishing. This hand grip was printed like this. Okay? It was printed like that. Look at that finish. It doesn't get much better than that. It really does not get much better than that. This needs no finishing. It needs no sanding. I posted a link earlier. Let me get it again for you. There's a link for it. Yeah, this is stunning. And this tip is at 0.2 millimeters. And that's still, I'm still totally happy with that. Look at that. There's actually the Z seam. You can see the Z seam right there. It's barely visible. I mean, that needs no finishing. I am totally happy with that, just the way it is. Look at that. You know, see, to me, that's a good print. I don't have to finish it. It's good as it is. That's the sign of a good print in my book. That needs nothing except paint. And actually, I could do this without paint, and I'm going to. I'm going to print these parts. I'm going to see if I can find my roll of Filamentum Vertigo. The trigger and the collar would be great in Filamentum Vertigo, and then print the tip in their Galaxy Silver or whatever that is, the Silver Vertigo, or Extra Fill Silver. Yeah, I'm gonna do that, and then maybe I'll redo the gun in a Filamentum Gray, the silver gray. Oh, that'd be nice. That'd be real nice. Oh yeah, I'm gonna when I redo this, when I redo this part here, I'm gonna put the seam down here where you won't see it. I might even add a little ridge detail right here, like a 3D ridge detail to hide the seam in, so it looks like it's part of it. But even still, the seam is barely visible. You can't see the seam from arm's length. You won't notice it. This has no visible seam. It's beautiful. I mean, I might need to use a nail file for 3 seconds to go and take care of the little fuzz from the seam. This is beautiful. I'm actually really surprised this printer is printing with this kind of quality. That is so very nice. Yeah, I definitely want to put a hole in here and put a light in here to make them light up. Maybe even put a switch so that when I squeeze the trigger, it lights up. Man, this came out good. That's beautiful. That really is beautiful. Probably not. But this is only the second printer I've personally tested that can print 0.04 layers. So this print here is printed laying flat. And that is printed with 0.04 layers. That's the kind of layer height you need to print something this flat, nice like that. That is stunning. I mean, the quality is stunning. Look at that. Incredible. This is the kind of quality I get off my Ender 5. Because the Ender 5 has a dropping bed. So it's easier to get those real fine layers without a problem. Come on, autofocus. So I have to do this and then this. Why won't it actually autofocus? What is it focusing on? There it goes. Huh. Yeah, it's slow, which means you do small stuff like this. If you tried to print something, you know, this sized or that sized, you know, if you tried to print something that big at 0.04, forget it. It'll take a week. That'd be nuts. But for small stuff, but look at what I'm getting at 0.1. I mean, I'm getting this at 0.1. Oh, cool. That's the ones that you were linking to last week. Now I got to print this on the Chiron. I'm going to make this real big. Make myself a big Among Us planter. Cool. Send me a link. You know, Facebook or Twitter or something like that. Send me a link. But there you go. The CR6-SE is working phenomenally. I don't know if I'm going to have the switch problem or not. I've only turned it off twice, and both times were today. So I have no idea if I'm going to have the switch problem or not. I've tried the iron. Well, Simplify 3D basically has a form of ironing built in. It's part of Simplify 3D. That's one of the reasons why Simplify 3D top layers look so nice. Or can I show you one? An object that has a top layer. This one was under extruding a little bit. That's a bad example. Well, this is all top layers. No, this is all top layers. But I always had, I guess you can adjust it, but I always had a problem with the Cura ironing because it makes the part look very plasticky. Like it enhances the plastic look. Which I guess if you're looking for that, that's fine. But then again, I didn't try adjusting it. It's probably adjustable. You could probably adjust the clearance for that. I don't know if it's adjustable or not. I need to blow my nose. So hang on a second. That is this one. There we go. Usually the only time I see that kind of problem is when the model is broken. Meaning there's something wrong with the model itself. All slicers, at least most, Cura definitely, Simplify 3D definitely, Prusa definitely. All three major slicers have built-in self-correction for bad models, but they only do so much. Most likely you're encountering an issue where you have a bad model and Simplify 3D's thing is not fixing that mesh, but Cura's is. Try going to, doesn't matter if it's your design. Well, try running it through, what the hell's the name of it? I forgot the name of it again. Netfab. Try running it through Netfab, see if it corrects anything. I've had models come out of Tinkercad that are all fucky because I would, for example, I would put, you know, this Among Us critter on top of this hexagon, but I would do it wrong. So there's actually a small gap between the hexagon and the critter. So in the slicer, it was seeing two separate objects. And so, of course, there'd be a gap. Yeah, NetFab is this site. Hang on. You upload your file to that. It'll fix any mesh issues with the file, and then you can download a fixed version of it. I just had to do that, for example. I wanted to print the MiG-31 Firefox, the MiG-31 Foxbat from the movie Firefox. And the mesh is broken, and it also has things in it that I don't want. Like there's interior voids and details that shouldn't be there. And so I fed that through NetFab, and it corrected it. It fixed those problems. And, well, the voids I have to fix, because those are actually structures in there that I have to get rid of. But it fixed all the mesh issues with the model. So when you're making the model, there could be micro gaps or non-manifold sections and things, flipped triangles that are not normal the way they're supposed to be, things like that. But run it through NetFab, see what it does, and see if that makes it slice better in Simplify 3D. See, I had to make my own Among Us figure because the ones that are out there require support. So what I did is on this one, I added a wedge back here so that the backpack would not require support underneath of it. And then I also added a dome, a circle, a sphere, because the bottom of his crotch was flat, which created a large air print area. So I added the dome there. And then I also added a wedge going straight across. You can see it, there's a little bar going across bottom there. What that means is it does a clean bridge first. And after it does the clean bridge, it can then print the bottom without any droop whatsoever. So now this entire thing prints without any support. To get this, all I did was use multi-process. And for this process, I told it no top and bottom layers. That's all. No, NetFab is free. The online NetFab, using the link I sent you, is free. Your same account that gets you into Tinkercad gets you into that. If you want to download NetFab, that's not free. I believe that costs. But the online NetFab is free. There is a size limit. I think it's 25 megabytes. So if your file is too large, you won't be able to upload it. Yeah, I know. It's the same account you use to log into Tinkercad. When you log into Tinkercad, you're logging in with an Autodesk account. So literally my login for, if I log into Tinkercad first and then go here, I'll show you. Nope, not what I wanted. There it is. So here we are in Tinkercad. Yeah, I could see maybe that, but that's why I'm explaining it is free. And then we go to NetFab. It says sign into NetFab online services. Click on Autodesk, and you'll watch. It won't ask me for a login. See, it's just ready to go because I'm logged into Tinkercad already. And Tinkercad also is an Autodesk account. So you just click Upload 3D Model, and you pick your model, and it'll fix it. Hey, Frags. Well, you tell me. I just printed this laser pistol from Lost in Space on the CR6-SE with no support, no stringing, virtually zero artifacts. Oh, is it 100 megabytes? Oh, yeah, maximum file size 100 megabytes. Oh, Tinkercad is 25 megabytes. Tinkercad is 25 megabytes. Yeah, this is incredible. This came out so gorgeous. Even those top layers. I mean, just absolutely stunning. Parts fit together perfectly. Thank you, Back Dragos. So, I mean, I was impressed with the printer when I got the review unit, but I ordered one off Kickstarter because number one, I liked it so much, I wanted a second one because it's going to be a regular printer of mine. Check out my link in the description. It's on sale for $343 on Amazon. So it's a Cyber Monday sale they had. I guess they decided to keep it until the stock is gone, but it's on sale for $343, which is just a steal for that printer. 429. I'm pretty good with a printer. I'd probably just go with an Ender 3 V2 or an Ender 3 Pro. But for $343, that's cheaper than I paid on Kickstarter. Oh, really? Well, that's not $50 off because the regular price is $239. So that's $37 off, but still, that's a great deal. Hang on, let me find that. The FL Sun is the only Delta printer I would suggest for a beginner. Phenomenal print results, phenomenal quality control. Still seeing, oh, here it is. $252 and a $50 coupon. But you can see the normal price right above it. The normal price is $239. But still, that's a great deal. I gotta try to get them to send me a QQS Pro. See if they've improved it over the original. I would love them to do a Pro and update it. Here's the link for the Q5. But I'm wondering, is this still the exact same thing as the QQ that I have? Or is there some difference between this and the one that I have? It won't take long. The hold queue is usually 20 or 30 seconds. It's usually very short. Maybe it's different in Canada, I don't know, but I usually never have to wait very long at all. No more than 30, 40 seconds. But I wonder if there's any actual improvement in this over the original that I have. 7 minutes. I've never had a file take 7 minutes. Ever. How big is the file? How complex is the file? Yeah, maybe. Because it never takes me that long. It's 30, 40 seconds tops. Yeah, that's not, send it to me. Send me the file over Facebook Messenger. I'll run it through NetFab here. Because there's no way that should take 7 minutes. Something's up. You don't have to archive it. It renames the file when you download it. So when you download it, like if you upload blah 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 dot G code, or I'm sorry, dot STL, you download blah 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 dash fixed dot STL. I believe these all come with 32-bit boards now. No, you can't send me G code. You have to send me an STL, not G code. Yeah, you sent me an STL. Okay. No, that's not what I want to do. I want to download it. Oh, I guess I have to click it. Yeah. So that's called KKP3D. So upload model, downloads. There's your model. It says in queue. I don't think I've ever even seen the term in queue. They might be having a server issue. Or maybe it's a time of day kind of thing. I tend to do a lot of my modeling in the middle of the night. So maybe the servers are actually busy during the day. I don't know. I've actually never seen it say in queue before. Yeah, it's a server issue. They're not holding it up or anything like that because you're doing it for free. That's not how that works. That looks like a pretty simple file. You had a problem. What was the problem you had slicing that in Simplify 3D? Seems to slice fine for me. What was it doing when you tried to slice it? Like, what was the problem you had with slicing it? Huh. Yeah, it looks fine for me. Nothing looks out of the ordinary. I don't see any mesh issues. Like, there's no unusual gaps or anything. Yeah, it looks fine. Huh. Nice. Yes. Hatchbox, any kind of wood filament. First of all, you're gambling with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. And you use a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, there's a chance you're going to get clogs. So be prepared to measure out your model and reprint the part that failed so you can glue them together. The nice thing about wood is that works very well. If you want to avoid the clogging altogether, you need to use a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. You go to a 0.6, you'll never clog. You'll never have a problem. Now, with the 0.4, you can reduce the propensity to clog by increasing the temperature. So I usually print wood PLA at 230. I get a lot less clogging, but depending on which filament you use, it can change the color. So be aware that it could change your end result print color by increasing the temperature. Beyond that, go for it. Wood PLA rocks. It smells like wood. It feels like wood. It's also a little bit stronger. It's a little stiffer. It tends to be a little more resistant because the wood fibers help with that. That's why it clogs, by the way. Every now and then you get a clump of wood fibers and it just clogs the nozzle. Well, remember, that's 230 Celsius. So that's like, what, 460 Fahrenheit? More than that, actually. What is 230 Celsius? $446 Fahrenheit. No. I would print with grid, and I would probably print them at 50% infill, and I would make sure you print grid both ways instead of every other. Poor layer adhesion in vase mode. Huh. What are you talking about? I thought you already asked the question, but you didn't. Yeah, I would use 50% grid both ways. I would also use 4 perimeters if you want strength. So upgrade to 4 perimeters. No. What are you printing? Vase mode is always weak. What are you printing? Fractal Christmas tree. Lower the layer height. Also, increase your extrusion multiplier. Tell it to print at 1.2 millimeters. No, that's too much. Tell it to print at 0.8. Yeah, and silk is going to be weak. That is a given. It's going to be weak with silk. Silk, okay. Silk PLA is stronger than regular PLA by a lot. When I say it's strong, I'm saying if you take this out of PLA, you could probably break it. Yeah, I just did. You do that with silk, you probably can't break it. But silk does not stick to itself as well as PLA does. So it has poor layer adhesion. So yes, print at 230. Silk likes it hot. Print silk hot. That's not going to fix it, but it will make it better. The only way to fix layer adhesion with silk is a wider extrusion. You need more surface area between the 2 layers in order to have a more solid bond. And the problem is printing a fractal tree is right at the limit of vase mode printability. So the way I just, yes, Elixir is silk. So how do I describe this? Okay, here we go. Actually, I need to make a whole video on this. When you print something, you're printing one layer on top of another layer. Okay? So you're printing 2 layers. Ostensibly, those layers are the same size. So think of them like Legos. When you have a Lego on top of a Lego on top of a Lego, it's very strong. But now what happens when you want to create an angle? So I don't want to print this. I want to print this. All right? Well, you can't. The only way to do that is to do this. And you can't do that. That would be a 5-axis printer, which would be freaking cool, by the way. But the way we do it is because we are using discrete layers, we translate or stair step the second layer. So the second layer does this. And if you keep doing that, you get your angle. Okay? So when you look at the side of a print up close, it's a set of stair steps. Well, if you notice something, I have less bonding between the 2 layers. Even though these layers are 0.4 and 0.4, at a 45-degree angle, I only have a 0.2 bond surface area. I don't know if it's exactly that, I'm guessing. Okay, so there's 2 ways to fix that. One, lower the layer height, which makes each individual stair step smaller, so you get more bonding between the 2 layers. The second thing you can do is artificially increase your width. So tell it to print at either use an extrusion multiplier of 1.5. Your best bet is to use an extrusion multiplier of 1.5. That'll give you the equivalent of a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, which unless you have a pointy nozzle, it should handle that okay. So slow it down a tad, increase the temperature to 230, lower the layer height to 0.1 millimeters, and tell it to print at 1.5 extrusion multiplier or 150% in Cura. And it's still going to be weaker than a PLA model, but it will be stronger than what you printed now. But yeah, I've made Elixir fractal trees where just dropping them like from here onto the table, just doing that, and they crack. It's the nature of silk filaments. They're absolutely gorgeous, but the layer bonding is very poor. So lower layer height, wider extrusion, higher temperature, and it will be stronger. Yep. Yeah, you can't pull it off the printer. First of all, the next time you print the fractal tree, turn off bottom layers. Don't print a bottom unless you need it. If you need it, well then what you need to do is to do what I do. You need this tool, and you need the long version of this tool. You know, the cake knife. You know how they have long cake knives? All right, link in the description. If you go to my Amazon page and go to 3D printing tools and accessories, you'll see a set of them on there for sale. They're not expensive. It comes with one of these and a long one. All right, and watch, if you go to Nerys.com and you watch my video on 3D printing part removal, this is especially critical. I actually do it. I actually remove a fractal tree, I believe. No, it's a vase. It's a real big one of these. Same problem. You tend to tear off the vase from the bottom because it's only one layer. So what you do is you take, you can't flex the wham bam. This is a case where the wham bam doesn't help you, because if you flex the wham bam, you flex the print and the print breaks. So you take your chisel and you just nick on the edge, make an opening. Once you have an opening, you take your big knife, you push it flat on the bed, and you very gently, you work it in there, you know, and you just start working it around, and you work it in there so that you're flexing the model the minimum amount, and then you can pop the whole thing off. But you at no point can you pull the model off. You're going to have to go in there with that flat knife all the way around and work that bad boy off, because otherwise a layer is going to crack. That's the nature of printing that. Even throwing it in the freezer won't work, because it's not a solid model. It's not something like this that's solid, that's going to go and crack off of the model. You're printing a single layer of delicate filament. Whatever flexing happens, the model will flex with it. So if you tried to take the wham bam and just go, the whole model is just going to flex. And once that model flexes, the sides, which can't flex, will crack and separate. So you just have to take the knife and you have to work it around. And you want it to be thin. You want that long cake knife. Let me show you. Let's see here. Don't even try. It won't work in this particular instance. You'll just crack the model. So here's what you want. You want these two tools right here. This one is currently not for sale. You can check and see if it's available somewhere else on Amazon. It comes and goes pretty frequently. But this set here is the one you want. So it's only 13 bucks, and it gives you both. You get the little short one, which is really handy for tiny models, and you get the big long one. There's that. There it is. So that big long one is the one you want. This company actually took my advice and they sharpened the end of this a little bit. Yes, Amazon Basics Filament's pretty good. I didn't have any problems with it. And then that knife will flex. So hang on. If you go to Nerys.com and click on 3DP Basics right here, this is where I'm going to start putting all of my educational and instructional videos. So here's one, print part removal. You see that I removed this big giant single layer vase. Now you see how I'm flexing that knife and how it flexes flat. Okay, because what you do not want to do is to pry up. If you pry up, you will break it every time. No exceptions. So you don't pry up. You just use the chisel to make an opening if you need to. And then you use the long flexible knife and you slide it under there. As soon as you hear it hit plastic, stop. If you push too far in, it's going to flex. You start working it, you know. You just work it around until you pop it all off. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oop, let me turn it off. Tim, 12 bucks. You rock, dude. Thank you. Awesome. Just make sure your infill is bi-directional. A lot of the times it will do, let me show you. So as you can see here, the way I have this slice right now, it's not using bi-directional infill. See how there's gaps? It's printing every other. So what you want to do is change it to, instead of, you change it to grid. Yeah, grid is every direction. Rectilinear is every other. And now you see the infill is solid because it's printing both directions every layer. That's also important for a virus key. That's also important to make it nice and strong. I should show you mine. I have one up on Thingiverse. I made it with a key thing so I can hang it right around my neck. This way I never have to actually touch the end of the hook. I just grab it, do what I need to do, let it go, and it just hangs on a little retractable key ring holder. This way I never actually touch the the contaminated portion of it. It's probably a minor thing. I don't use it day to day, but yeah. But yeah, and plus time, Jesus. And you can also, now I would use more infill than this. I would probably use, I bet you 25% will be enough. Try one at 25 and one at 50. I bet you 25 would be enough. Yeah, I bet you 25 would be plenty for that. The real thing is, the real thing is, like, the one thing I would change on yours is I would fatten this up a little bit. You're already doing good by having curves. By having no sharp edges, you avoid that concentration of force where it cracks. So you're curved here and you're curved here. That's exactly what you want. The only thing I might do is I might beef this up another 5mm. So make this here, stick out a little more, make it thicker. So make this little tentacle thicker. Beyond that, you got plenty here. That looks strong enough to me. This is plenty strong enough. Maybe thicken this up a tiny bit, or make the keyring hole smaller, unless it needs to be that size. But otherwise, yeah, that's fine. Oh, wait a minute, that's actually pretty big. No, that's about what, 100mm? Yeah, it's about 100mm. Yeah, that should be fine. I don't think you'll have any problem with that. Like I said, the only thing I might do is to thicken this up a little bit because you're going to be doing pulling with it. But beyond that, it's fine. Add 4 perimeters. 3's probably strong enough. Yep. 25% with 4 perimeters is what I would try first. Yeah, that looks nice and strong. Because technically, you're going to end up with 5 perimeters. Because here is you don't need this brim, by the way. This part should not need a brim. You got your 4 perimeters, but then you get a partial perimeter from the infill. So that's going to be nice and strong. The only thing I might change is to make this arc less. It's a virus key. It's allowed you to push buttons and pull door handles and stuff like that without touching them. In reality, virus transfer in hard materials is pretty minimal. It's mostly through breathing. But for people who are concerned, that's a legitimate solution for that. I would make that curve a little bit less because you want it depends on how big the circle is here. How big this is. If I were to put a circle here, and then how big is your typical door handle that you grab, you want that to be pretty close to that. That's all right. But yeah, that might be the right size because I don't have a scale in my head. But basically, take one to like a local post office or something like that, or a grocery, any place that has a door with a handle you grab, and see if that circumference is pretty close to the shape of the door. Because if it's a lot smaller, you end up creating a pressure point right here in the middle as you pull. The radius, yeah. You want the diameter of this virtual circle to be similar to your typical door. That's different. A trash bin is a focal point, and it's a dirty, nasty focal point. Because that's where you're throwing your masks, and that's where you're throwing the rag you blow your nose with. So it's going to be a high concentration there. They actually had the same problem with gas pumps. And I think it's because the both have semi-organic surfaces. So you got the plastic of the trash can, and you have the rubber around the gas pump, and just the concentration of usage was just so high. But yeah, it's a legit concern. Well, it also depends on your protocol as well. If you've gotten good at not doing this when you go into a grocery store, you're probably not going to get COVID. Exactly, material type and probability. If you get into the habit of not touching your eyes and face until after you've sanitized your hands, you're fine. You could dip your hand in COVID and be fine. Because it can't infect you until you give it access to your body. So the biggest thing is, the one thing that drives me nuts. It's like, come on, I just gotta demonstrate it to you. It's so ridiculous. I keep boxes of these in the car. I got them off the program. But I look for this particular kind because these are individually wrapped. This one's not. This one's not individually wrapped. These are the ones I'm sending off to my sister. She wanted black ones, so. Oh yeah, flamethrower solved the problem. I just have to demonstrate this because it's so hilarious. I want you to see it. When you have people, they're wearing a mask, and they go, "Achoo!" Did you see what I just did? It's like, why even wear the mask? You just defeated the point of the whole thing. Oh my God, it just... But see, that's not... There's nothing malicious there. That's lack of education. I mean, think about it. It's perfectly logical to take your mask off and sneeze. Why do you want to dirty up the inside of your mask? And that's because people aren't educated. They're not aware that, well, the whole point of the mask is to catch that sneeze. So, they're doing that. Well, again, a lot of that is education. Masks can be a little stuffy, can be a little uncomfortable if you're not used to them. And Chit diapers. But, so they think, okay, well, I'm breathing out, let's uncover my nose. But the problem is when you uncover the nose, you then start breathing out through your nose. Exactly. It's lack of education, lack of knowledge, and also it's our government's fault. Well, no, you do not want to turn... You don't want to turn the mask inside out. Don't turn the mask inside out. Technically, that's okay. She's probably okay doing that. Okay. You don't want to do this. Because what's covering this? All the viral spit from people's faces that it has stopped going into your lungs. And now you're putting your hand in it. And if you take the mask and turn it inside out, you're now breathing in all the viral matter it just caught. Don't do that, okay? When you put the mask on, when you take the mask off, if you're using a disposable, if you're not going to be reusing the mask, okay, you take it off by the straps and you don't touch the front of the mask, okay? So what I do is when I get in the car, first thing I do is I take the mask off and I put it on top of my dash so the UV from the sun can kill off the virus that might be on there. Trust me, there's still plenty of UV. I've gotten sunburn in full cloud. The problem in the US is we politicized masks. We politicized the virus. Nice. You got it, dude. Thank you. Just adjust the infill amount. You might need to go to 30, 35%, but I don't think so. I printed mine with 25% infill, and they were plenty strong. And then the other thing is, make sure you clean up. You know, that's all. No big deal. The biggest deal is, you know, you don't want to, you know, go walking around a grocery store and then do this. You know, clean out your eyes. You know, because you got that stickies in there. Well, the eyes are an ingress point for the virus. I mean, okay, realistically, this is never going to protect you from getting the virus. People have to realize that there's a difference between first-party protection and third-party protection. You also have second-party, but that's a different issue. You know, all these things, you know, don't get together with family during Thanksgiving. That's actually more important than you think. Because the meeting up with other parts of your family who are not related to you is how you get second-party infection. First-party infection is I ingest the virus. Third-party is where I spread the virus to you. Second-party is where I ingest the virus, go home, and spread it to everybody in my household. Okay? That's why China had to go through such a hard lockdown in the beginning and why it was so effective. They had to basically cordon off the entire city. One of the reasons that China kind of kept information hidden for those first 6 days before the world freaked out, one of the reasons they did that was because they had to lie to their own people. Because if they told their own people, bad pandemic, you all have to stay here, they would scatter like roaches. All those people would have scattered. What was the town? Windu? Washu? What was the name of the town? That city. If they had told them outright what was going on, the people would have scattered before they could have stopped them. Okay? So they had to have time to lock it. Wuhan. They had to have time to lock down Wuhan. It turns out it didn't matter. The virus was already worldwide in November, December. We have now confirmed cases of antibody detection from early December, from blood samples collected by the hospitals and the Red Cross. We have confirmed blood samples from early December, as early as December 3rd, confirmed antibody existence in blood from December 3rd in the United States. Okay? So this thing was already worldwide in like November, December. We just didn't find it until December. We didn't realize what was going on until December. People say, well, the NSA had spy data on China and we detected the virus in November, December. And that's not true. We had data that showed the presence of virus, but nobody knew about it until we already knew the virus was there. And then we went back to look at the data that they had collected months ago, and now that they had the future knowledge that the virus was going to be there, now they could see the signs in their intelligence that pointed to the existence of the virus, which could be very helpful for the future. If we could teach an AI enough to be able to recognize that stuff without having the future knowledge, we might be able to detect future pandemics much earlier than we normally could. Exactly. Yes, there's absolute confirmation of asymptomatic cases. So China has now we are actually lucky here in the US because we don't have this problem as big. That's why we have surges around holidays. China, family units are a very big thing in China. Much bigger than, I mean, look at, I have this 1,400 square foot house, and just me and Michelle lives here. And my neighbor is, 300 feet that way. Okay? Like, literally, it's like a football field between me and my neighbor, almost. Not quite, half of a football field, 150 feet tall. But in China, they have huge family units. And the worst place a hyper-contagious virus spreads is in a family unit, because you're all living together, closely together, and of course, you're not going to protect yourself from your own family. Hey, Nosy! Even in Pennsylvania, we don't tend to have these huge family units like they do in China. Now, what I'm talking about you go home from work in Wuhan and there's 12 other people. Okay? You go home and there might be 12 other people living in the same room as you. Exactly. So China had to go, there was no social distancing, there was no masking. China had to go hard lockdown because of the type of commingling environment that they have in their homes. So when someone was tested positive, there was no, go self-quarantine. No, you were essentially placed under house arrest, and they put you up in a hotel because they knew exactly what was going to go happen. You would go home and spread it to 20 other people, and those 20 people would go to other 20 people, and you'd never stop it. It would be crazy. So they had to take that kind of a hardline approach. That's why here in the U.S., you only see that when we commingle, basically holidays. You're going to see surges from Thanksgiving. You're going to see surges from Christmas. You're going to see surges when people first start out going back to stores and things start to reopen, because that's when we start to mix together. Okay? That's part of why they're closing businesses, to keep groups of people from coming together, getting the virus spread amongst them, and then they go home to their family units and spread the virus among their family units. The problem is we just don't have a system to allow people to do that without destroying their lives. We don't have any kind of social safety net here in the U.S. really, so that creates a nasty problem for people. But what the? Oh, that got moved. How did that happen? You're not supposed to move when I don't give you permission to. There we go. Need a longer cable for that. Yeah, that dorm environment is just very, very nasty, very bad. And so what people have to realize is that the purpose of a mask is not to protect you from the virus. If you want first-party protection, if you want to protect yourself from the virus, this ain't going to do it. Okay? If you go into a virus-rich environment, this only provides you with 60 to 70% of inhalation protection. You also need a face shield to stop that direct influx into your eyes, because that's also an infection point. Exactly. They took care of him. Now, don't get me wrong. It wasn't like they threw him in a jail cell and said, good luck. No, they took care of them. They fed them. They took care of them. They put them up. They provided everything. They didn't have to pay for nothing, but they had to. Because I mean, look at how many people are in China. Go look up the population of China. Holy shit. So, now the other thing people don't understand about viruses is, you think, okay, I'm going to take a coronavirus. Yeah. I'm not getting coronavirus. It's not going to happen. The only games I've played is Beat Saber and the intro games, to learn how to use it. You can't get the virus by being exposed to the virus. It sounds counterintuitive, but it's not how it works, because your body has natural defenses against foreign intruders, even if it's never seen the intruder before. Okay? In military parlance, we have what we call a foothold situation. That's not when you get invaded. That's when you get invaded and the enemy has taken enough territory that it has a foothold. It can actually hold that position and push in. Okay? The virus has to get a foothold situation in order to infect you. We call that viral load. So you have to ingest the right way a certain amount of the viral material so that some of the viri can make it to cells in your body, infect them, and begin the replication process. It takes a certain amount for that to happen. That's why you have doctors, young, healthy doctors, sometimes dying of coronavirus, because the viral load they receive by being around so many infected people is so high, it overwhelms their immune system. It's always a race between the virus is damaging me, I'm fixing me, and I'm attacking the virus. If you have a little bit of virus, you get a little bit sick, and your body can fix itself. But if I were to put that much virus into you, your immune system just goes, what the hell? And you die before your immune system can even respond, right? Because it was too much viral material. It's like me hitting you with a squirt gun, and then me taking a bucket truck and dumping 3,000 gallons on you. All right, yeah, you get hit with the 3,000 gallons, you just go squish. All right, that's what happens with the virus. So the whole point of mask wearing is actually not for self-protection. And that's a hard thing to do in the US because we are, I don't want to say selfish. There definitely is selfishness involved. It's, but no matter what the race, there is a viral load. You can't just hit one viri and you're infected. It just doesn't work like that. Not typically. There is some selfishness involved, but it's also social norms. We're not used to groupthink. We're not used to caring about other people on the same level as other societies are. We have a different social structure here. And our social structure starts with individuality and independence. And that's a very big thing. So we tend to dismiss me protecting you, and we tend to put merit in me protecting me. So, seatbelts protect me, airbags protect me, crumple zones protect me, slower speed limits protect everybody. You see what I mean? It's a different kind of social structure, the way. So selfishness is not quite the right word to use, because selfishness is a negative word. You're insulting somebody when you say they're selfish. But you don't have to be insulting them when you say individualistic and self-protecting. That's not always selfish. It can be selfish, but it isn't always. So we're not used to thinking that way. So when we are used to thinking of protect me, and then the scientists say the mask won't protect you, we dismiss the mask as ineffective. Because we have more difficulty grasping the concept of, I'm not wearing the mask to prevent me from getting infected. I'm wearing the mask to stop me from infecting you. In medical terms, this is called source control. Sometimes you'll see people posting bullshit pictures online where they say, well, the painter wears this mask, and the radioactive guy wears this mask, and the radon guy wears this mask, and you expect this to protect us from a virus? Well, no, that's not what it's for. If you want to actually protect yourself from a virus, you need to fully shave, wear a properly fitted and properly worn N95 and a face shield and gloves. And then you need to change them very frequently. That's how you protect you from the virus. The purpose of this is a much simpler task. The purpose of this for third-party protection approaches 100%. It's above 90% effective. Even a simple mask like this is above 90% effective. People say, that's not going to stop a viri. It's not supposed to stop a viri. You don't breathe out virus. That's not how it works. Viruses, we don't even fully think viruses are living things. They're constructs. They're proteins. Viruses have no motive capability. They can't move and propel themselves. They can't eject themselves from your body and propel and say, ah, ha, ha, there's the person. I'm going to go get Caliber Manx. I'm going to infect him. That's not how it works. The virus moves by being in a carrier. All right? The carrier is your moisture that you breathe out. So the virus is infecting all of your fluids, and then you breathe those fluids out, and those fluids carry the virus to the next person. Yeah, here we go. Let me assemble my gun before the virus gets me. Pew, 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 pew. Oh, I missed one. I'm dead. But while protecting yourself from the virus is extremely difficult, protecting everybody else from you is actually very easy. Because unlike virus particles, which are really, 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 really tiny, the moisture particles you breathe out are huge. You know, from a microscopic perspective, the moisture you breathe out is massive. And what do we know about massive things? Massive things have to obey the laws of physics. You have something called inertia. An object in motion remains in motion until acted upon by an external force. So when you breathe out those particles, they travel in a straight line out of your mouth, in whatever direction they happen to go. And in order for those particles to get around this mask, they have to change direction, which they will do as the air currents move around the mask. But guess what happens when air currents move? Well, the different mass particles take a different path from each other. So you can see one of my rocketry pictures of a Sparky motor. That's a rocket motor that has metal particles in the fuel propellant, so it spits out these bright metal particles burning, and it's it's like a sparkler. And you'll notice when the rocket went unstable, was spinning in the air, but there were two spirals. You had one spiral formed by the smoke, and you had a separate spiral formed by the sparky particles. Why were there two separate spirals, even though they came out together in one stream? Because they have a different mass. So the sparky particles are going to spread out faster because they're heavier. It's harder for those particles to make the turn. So the same thing happens when you breathe out. When you breathe out, the particles have to work their way through the layers of the fabric in the mask. And every time they do that, just like a Tron cycle, they got to change directions to get around the mask. And the heavier particles can't change direction as easily, and they crash into the mask particles. So even this mask, this 3-layer, cheap, simple surgical mask. I don't know if this is 3-layer. A good one is 3 layers. Sparkies rock, especially titanium. That silver plume is amazing. So by the time it gets through all the fibers of this mask, it has stopped roughly, 85 to 95% of the heavier particles from getting through. Well, guess what those heavier particles are? They're the water molecules you were breathing out that are carrying the virus. So the mask is source control. All those other masks you see that people use as examples, those are first-party protection. Because when I'm spray painting something, I can't control the source. Because the paint has to come out of the spray can in order for me to spray paint. So I can't stop the paint from coming out, because then I'm not painting. You see what I mean? So the virus, however, comes from us. So we can control the source, us, by wearing a mask. That's source control. Now people say, well, some of the virus still gets around the mask. That's okay. The point is, yeah, that's why he's on top of the cat tree. He'll sleep inside that little hole there. The point of source control is to reduce the amount of viral material being spread in the environment around you. That's why when you see a study that says, well, this person wore a mask religiously, but they got infected, it doesn't matter. It proves nothing. Because the problem wasn't them wearing a mask. The problem was the people around them not wearing a mask who infected them. Remember, they don't work well to protect you. So the person who infected you needs to be the one wearing the mask. So why does everybody have to wear a mask? Because we don't know who has it, who doesn't. Until we have a scanner that scans you when you walk into the store and says, you have COVID, put on a mask. Everybody has to wear the mask. That's the only way it works. All it takes is one person not wearing the mask, and now everybody they breathe on gets infected. Okay? If everybody's wearing a mask, everybody is practicing source control. And if everybody's practicing source control, there is simply less viral material in the environment around you. If you could drop the amount of viral material in the environment around you to below the minimum viral point, then nobody gets infected. It's that simple. Where is the CR6? It is right there. That's the CR6. I put a piece of Wham Bam on there, and we printed out this gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous, requires no finishing except for the parts that need a different color, laser pistol from Lost in Space. Yeah, I need to move that camera. That camera needs to be up here. So I gotta put like a little arm coming out to put that on there. This is the printer. But then we made masks political. And so now everybody's fighting over that. What are you gonna do? Do the best you can to protect yourself. Be as reasonable as you can and hope you don't catch it. That's all you can do. And remember, ETP. We have to enact the ETP protocol. Once we enact ETP, we'll be all okay. That's all right, buddy. You can always rewatch it. And I also have a video last week, a short video, like 15 minutes, of some of the sample prints. I'm probably going to make a dedicated video just for this, because it just came out so nice. This just came out so gorgeous. I absolutely love how this came out. Yeah, and once they made it political, everybody stopped listening to the science and just listened to the politics. Why what? Why what, Joe? Let's turn off this cam. There we go. Now you can see the kitty. You want to go get that mouse? Yeah, you want to go get that mouse, don't you? I don't know. It's the filament that came with the printer. No problem, DeWitt. Let me know how it works out. This is a roll of gray filament that came with the printer. I'm not 100% sure, but I think Creality uses CC3 for their filament. They used to. I don't know if they still do. But it's just generic gray PLA. It's beautiful PLA, by the way. It's a really nice gray. My mouse has a wagging tail. And so it keeps moving. And so he wants to get it. Watch. I'm going to make him come up to the camera. Come on. You know you want it. Come up here. Now watch me scare him. Want to see me make him jump? This doesn't always work, but it usually works. He jumped a little bit. You guys may not be aware of this, but in the old days we had, and this still works in modern computers, we have animated mouse cursors. So if you look at my, let me find a dark spot. There we go. You actually can't see it on the screen. The mouse curve, okay, it's not animating. See how the mouse tail's crooked? Well, it's actually wagging back and forth like the tail of a cat. And so he sees that on the giant screen. And I can't see my switcher, guys. You're in the way. There we go. And so they're all like, ooh, 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 ooh. Let's see if I can get Noel to come down here too. Come here, Noel. Come here. There he is. Guys need more room? There's my two kitties. We got so lucky. These cats are so beautiful and so well behaved. Yeah, you hear him get agitated? He's chittering. Cats do that when they get agitated, when they're trying to get something. You hear them do that little chittering sound. It's when they want to get something and they know they can't, and so they're agitated by the fact that they can't get it. Yes! I'm getting to CR30. I can't wait. I'm so excited. Not trails. The cursor is animated. Like when my computer's busy, it's a Stargate, and all the lights light up and the swoosh happens in the middle. It's basically an animated GIF. Well, that's the weird thing. The rodents are mostly outside. I can actually hear them trying to get into the house. And when they do get into the house, Ender gets them. He's gotten over a dozen mice already. He doesn't kill them. He plays with them and tortures them like a masochist. Yeah, hear him chittering? He's like all agitated. He's like, I want to get it, but I can't get it. Oh, poor cat. Yes, because actually I did find out that you don't want them to be eaten because then you get parasites and worms into your cats. So you don't want your cats eating them. So what I do is I let him play for it a little bit. And then eventually he gets bored with it. And what he'll do is he'll let it go. He'll wait for it to move. And if it doesn't move, he'll bat it and make it move so he can chase it. And what I'll usually do is at some point when that happens, I got a pair of tongs. And I'll reach down, I'll grab the mouse, and I won't pick it up yet. And I'll distract him with a toy, then take the mouse. And I'll just flush it down the toilet. Because I don't want him to think I'm taking his prize. Now, this one here is a lazy motherfucker. He doesn't go after the mice. He just tries to take them from Ender after he gets them. You lazy little cat. He's so adorable. He's my baby. Like I said, it's the roll that came with the printer. So this gray is the roll that came from Creality. It actually came in a Creality marked box. Do I have it still? I don't have it. It actually came in a Creality branded box. And if they're still using what they were using before, it's probably CC Tree. That's what they were using before. I don't know if they're still using CC Tree or if they're using somebody else or if they're making their own in-house. I doubt they're making their own in-house, so it's probably CC Tree Filament. Just don't quote me on that. I could be wrong. I am so excited about this laser pistol. This came out so freaking nice. I'm just really blown away with how nice this came out. Yeah? You're gonna get it, kitty. Pew, 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 pew. His laser eyes beat my laser pistol. How you doing, baby? Yeah. Got that foam all over you? No, I have not. Trust me, if I had the CR30, we'd be doing it today. I did get notification that it shipped. So it should be 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month, depends how long it takes to get here. If I could figure, well, yeah, I guess I could print her at 45 degrees. Just, cut her off at the waist and print her at 45 degrees. Hi, kitty. He's like, help me get it. I want to get it. Oh, wow. Alrighty, guys, it's 4 o'clock. I'm going to call it quits for today. I will be sure to post pictures to Facebook and Twitter as I finish this model. I'm definitely going to dig up some of my filamentum because I would like to make this. Came out so nice and it looks so nice. I want to print this in exotic filament. I dropped it. Come here. Oh, you bastard. Yeah, I think some filamentum, extra fill gray, and and some vertigo. I think would look really nice. I think this would just print beautifully using those colors. So yeah, definitely gonna do that. I'll probably use like a silk for the tip. Since it's supposed to be a shinier silver than the rest. So we shall see. I will see you all later. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate it so much. Don't forget, as the holiday season approaches, check out my links if at all possible. Sadly, there's no Walmart link anymore, so there's no. The Walmart has its own affiliate program, but it's 1%. I was like, you greedy bastards! You can't even give 3%. But check out the links if you don't mind. When you go do your shopping, if you want a way to send me $10 for free. Use my Ibotta link to sign up for Ibotta. And you have to use the app one time, so you got to use one coupon, and I'll get $10. Hello. Grab that venture capital money and use it. So you guys have a great day. I will check out my Twitter when I'm done here, because I can't check out Twitter on the PC. It never works. And that's it. Enjoy. Hopefully we'll have a new printer to start on next week.